Steelbone was a patchwork of rusted metal and frayed cables, a city born from the scattered remnants of forgotten worlds. It drifted aimlessly on a sea that was more poison than water. Waves lapping against hulls of scavenged vessels fused together in a precarious balance. At the heart of this shifting scrap, Kael knelt beneath the sputtering engine of the city's main power core. The acrid scent of burnt metal burned his nostrils, mingling with the ever-present stench of chemical runoff and decay. His hands were steady, stained dark with grease and oil as they worked to rewire the corroded circuits holding the fragile heart of Steelbone together. Each spark that flickered from his tools was a small victory against the inevitable collapse. Kael's dark hair was streaked with early grey, a testament to years spent battling not only the merciless sea but the ghosts of his past. His eyes, sharp and alert, flickered with a fierce intensity, reflecting both the weight of responsibility and the haunted memories he carried. Around him, the city groaned and creaked, a living beast made of scrap and hope. The marketplace nearby buzzed with the daily hustle of the city's inhabitants. Children with soot-smudged faces darted between stalls patched with rusted sheet metal, their laughter a fragile thread of normalcy woven through the harshness of their world. Vendors shouted over the din, bartering for scraps, medicines, and the rare clean water that was the city's most precious commodity. The air was thick with tension, a constant undercurrent of anxiety about the city's failing engines and the relentless encroachment of the toxic sea. Mira was aflame within this grim tableau. Her fiery red hair caught the dying sunlight as she paced through the market square, her green eyes flashing with a mixture of impatience and fierce loyalty. She was short and muscular, every movement coiled with the precision of a fighter and the unyielding spirit of someone who refused to be broken. Her quick temper was well known, but so was her unwavering dedication to those she considered family. "Kael," she called out, threading through the crowd to where he emerged from beneath the engine's belly, face streaked with grime and sweat. "We can't keep patching holes. The engines won't hold much longer. We need a plan that gets us off this sinking scrap heap." Kael wiped a hand across his brow, eyes narrowing as he met her gaze. "I'm working on it, Mira, but we need something more than hope. Something real." Their conversation was interrupted by Joran, who approached quietly, clutching a folded piece of weathered parchment. His pale face was framed by tangled hair, and his cracked glasses reflected the dim light of the workshop. He spread the parchment on a nearby table, revealing a map marked with faded symbols and annotations in a language long forgotten. "Look at this," Joran said softly, tracing a finger over a symbol at the edge of the map. "It points beyond the forbidden waters. There's talk of an artifact, something old and powerful that could stabilize Steelbone's engines, maybe even save the city." Mira's eyes narrowed skeptically. Forbidden waters are forbidden for a reason. Many who ventured there never returned. Kael's jaw tightened. "If we stay here, waiting for the engines to fail, none of us will survive. This artifact, it's our best chance." In the background, Lena tended to a wounded child. Her gentle hands and warm smile a stark contrast to the harsh environment. Her sun-kissed skin and calm demeanor made her a beacon of hope amidst the despair. Nearby, Grav adjusted the heavy weaponry attached to their scavenger vessel. His broad shoulders and scarred face a reminder of battles fought and survived. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting Steelbone into shadow, the city's failing heart pulsed faintly beneath the surface. The crew gathered quietly, the weight of the decision before them settling like a stone in their chests. Beyond the toxic haze, the unknown waited, harsh, unforgiving, and dangerous. But it was also their only hope. Kael stood on the deck of their vessel, gaze fixed on the horizon where the sea met the sky in a blur of sickly green and rust. The engines coughed beneath his feet, a reminder of time slipping away. He tightened his grip on the railing, drawing strength from the crew behind him, his found family, each scar and story intertwined with his own. "We sail at dawn," he announced, voice steady despite the storm of doubts within. "For Steelbone, for survival." The city whispered around them, a fragile giant adrift on a sea of poison, holding its breath for the voyage that might save Aether, be its final undoing. As night fell, the stars were obscured by the toxic haze, but somewhere deep in the darkness, a spark of hope flickered, fierce, fragile, and unyielding. The journey was beginning. Lanterns hung from exposed beams, their flickering light dancing across faces etched by years of hardship and unyielding resolve. At the center, Kael stood tall, though his lean frame bore the weariness of countless battles fought both outside and within. His dark hair, streaked prematurely with grey, caught the dim glow as his sharp eyes scanned the gathered crew. On a battered table lay a map, crudely drawn yet unmistakably precise, marked with symbols and routes that hinted at a world beyond the known scrap sea. The artifact's location was etched boldly just beyond the forbidden waters, a place whispered about in fearful tones, a boundary few dared cross. Kael's voice cut through the low murmurs, steady and resolute. "This is our chance," he said, "to save Steelbone from the decay that threatens to swallow us whole." Mira stood near the back, her fiery red hair ablaze against the cold metal backdrop. Her green eyes flashed with a mixture of excitement and defiance. She stepped forward, her voice rising above the hesitant whispers. "Chance or gamble, Kael. We don't know what waits beyond that line, and you expect us to sail headlong into it without knowing what we're facing." A ripple of agreement and dissent spread through the crew. Some nodded, their faces tight with anxiety. Others exchanged worried glances. Kael met Myra's challenge with a measured gaze. "I don't ask for blind faith, just trust in what we've built together. We've survived worse." Joran, ever quiet, sat slightly apart. His pale fingers traced the faded symbols on the map, his cracked glasses catching the lantern's light. "The artifact. It's not just a relic," he murmured. "Ancient tech, possibly from before the seas turned toxic. It could hold the key to stabilizing Steelbone's failing engines, or it could destroy us if misused." His words hung heavy in the air. Lena, soft-featured and serene despite the tension, placed a reassuring hand on Joran's shoulder. "We face risks, but hope is a flame worth protecting," she said gently. Grab's broad frame loomed near the entrance, his scarred face set in grim determination. "We'll need every ounce of strength and skill. Those mechanical beasts out there aren't just stories. They're real, and they're watching." Outside, the city's usual cacophony was underscored by an ominous, mechanical hum that sent shivers through even the hardiest scavengers. The toxic mist curled around the edges of Steelbone like a living shroud, muffling sounds but amplifying whispers of the Warden's growing influence. Rumors of his enforcers prowling the outskirts cast a long shadow over the fragile hope kindling within the scrap walls. As the meeting drew to a close, Kael's gaze lingered on his crew, flawed, fierce, and fiercely loyal. The path ahead was fraught with uncertainty, dangers both known and unseen. But in that moment, amidst the flickering light and whispered fears, a spark of unity kindled. The journey beyond the forbidden waters was no longer just a possibility. It was a necessity. Myra's challenge, Joran's revelations, Lena's calming presence, and Grab's steadfast readiness wove together a tapestry of resolve. Yet beneath it all lay the unspoken question gnawing at their hearts. Could they truly trust one another and themselves when the sea and the warden threatened to tear them apart? The echoes of the past whispered through Steelbone's scrap corridors, carrying with them the weight of lost lives and shattered dreams. But they also carried a promise, a chance to forge a new future against all odds. And so, beneath the dim lantern light, the crew prepared to face whatever the toxic sea would throw at them, bound by a fierce, bittersweet determination that refused to break. The shadows outside lengthened, and the distant clatter of metal beasts stirred unease. But inside, a fragile hope took root. The voyage was inevitable. The question was who would survive to tell its tale. Grav's broad shoulders hunched over the vessel's hull, a battered collection of welded plates and scavenged machinery that was their only hope. His hands moved with practiced precision, tightening bolts and securing patchwork reinforcements as sparks flew from his torch, casting flickering shadows that danced across the rusted surfaces. Around him, the harsh tang of burning metal mingled with the acrid stench of the sea, a reminder of the world they fought to survive in. Lena moved calmly through the chaos, her presence a balm against the city's harshness. Her satchel clinked softly with jars and bundles of herbs, the scent of lavender and antiseptic, a fragile thread of hope in the stale, toxic air. She knelt beside crew members nursing scraped arms and bruised shoulders, applying poultices and whispering reassurances. Her warm smile was a rare light in Steelbone's grim reality, a promise that even amid decay, life still held meaning. Nearby, Kael stood silent and watchful, fingers stained with grease as he examined the vessel's engine components. His lean frame seemed almost fragile against the sprawling scrap, but his eyes were sharp and alert, reflecting the weight of the responsibilities he bore. Every creak of the failing engines echoed the city's precarious fate, every loose bolt a threat to their survival. He worked methodically, the scars of past losses etched into the lines of his weathered face. Myra's fiery energy exploded into the cramped workshop like a spark igniting dry tinder. Her red hair was a blaze of defiance as she confronted Kael, her green eyes flashing with impatience and passion. "We can't wait any longer," she insisted, voice sharp as broken glass. "Every moment we spend patching and planning is a moment lost. We need to move fast, or Steelbone dies." Kael's jaw tightened. "Rushing will only get us killed out there. I'm not willing to gamble with the crew's lives on a hope and a prayer." "Hope is all we have left," Mira shot back, stepping closer, her fists clenched. "If you can't see that, then maybe you've already given up on us." Tess, Myra's young protege, lingered in the shadows, watching the exchange with wide eyes. Agile and quick, she was eager to prove herself, ready to navigate the toxic storms that awaited them. The tension in the room was thick, but beneath it lay a fragile respect. Kael's leadership was challenged, but not dismissed. As the crew gathered at the prow of their vessel, the endless expanse of the toxic sea stretched before them like a churning beast. The sky was a slate grey, heavy with the promise of storms, the faint hum of Steelbone's faltering engines fading into the distance. Tess adjusted her gear with trembling hands, her bright eyes scanning the horizon. The city seemed to hold its breath, the fragile balance of scrap and hope suspended in the moment before departure. In that silence, the crew stood united by necessity and determination, ready to face what lay beyond the forbidden waters. The voyage ahead would test their trust, their skills, and their very will to survive. But for now, as the first creaks of the vessel's engines stirred the heavy air, they took their first tentative steps into the unknown, bound together by the fierce, bittersweet determination that was the heartbeat of Steelbone. Kael stood at the bow, eyes scanning the horizon where the sickly green waves of the toxic sea licked the underbelly of a churning, sulphurous sky. The sun was a pale, flickering orb behind a veil of poisonous clouds, casting everything in a muted, jaundiced light. Around him, the crew busied themselves with last-minute checks, their faces drawn tight with anticipation and latent fear. "Steady now," Kael murmured, more to himself than anyone else, fingers tightening around the railing that was scarred and rusted from years of salt and acid. His lean frame tensed beneath the patchwork leather coat that bore the marks of countless repairs. The weight of the city, the lives aboard, and the promise of salvation all pressed down on him like the thick, choking air. Behind him, Myra darted among the decks, her fiery red hair a wild blaze against the dull metal. Her sharp green eyes flicked from one crewmate to another, urging efficiency, readiness. Her movements were quick, almost restless, a stark contrast to Kael's measured calm. She caught his eye briefly, the unspoken challenge clear. "We can't afford to hesitate." Joran sat in the cramped, dimly lit cabin, poring over yellowed schematics and ancient symbols inked on brittle parchment. His cracked glasses caught the glint of a flickering lantern as he traced a finger along a faded map of the sea floor. "This buoy," he said quietly, pointing at a cluster of markings, warns of shifting currents and mechanical predators. "It's old, but the warnings still hold." Kael nodded, stepping inside. "Keep us ahead of danger, Joran. Your knowledge could mean the difference between life and death." Outside, the toxic sea roared a deep, guttural sound like the breath of some great, sleeping beast. The waves churned with unnatural colors, swirling greens and sickly yellows that stained the hull with every crest and crash. The wind carried the faint hum of distant mechanical growls, the telltale sign of the beasts that prowled these waters, metallic creatures born of scavenged parts and dark technology, remnants of a world lost to ruin. Tess, the young scout, crouched at the prow, her lithe form poised to react, eyes darting to every shadow and ripple. Storms brewing ahead, she called out, voice tight with focus. And something else, movement in the water. Grav, standing near the engine room hatch, grunted in acknowledgement. Beasts, their clothes. Suddenly, the water erupted. A monstrous mechanical beast burst from the toxic depths, its jagged metal limbs scraping sparks against the hull. Its glowing red eyes locked onto the vessel like a predator zeroing in on prey. The crew sprang into action. Mira grabbed her weapon, shouting orders, while Kael barked commands to steady the ship. "Brace for impact." Kael yelled, gripping the helm. The beast lunged, claws scraping and teeth gnashing, but the crew's practiced coordination held. Grav unleashed a barrage of heavy bolts, their clanging against the beast's plated armor echoing through the hull. Lena moved swiftly among the crew, tending to scrapes and bruises as the adrenaline surged. Joran, eyes wide, shouted from his post, "The beast's joints are vulnerable. Aim for the hydraulic lines near the elbows." Mira nodded sharply, her combat prowess on full display as she led the counterattack with brutal precision. The beast screeched, metal grinding against metal, before retreating into the murky depths with a final, ominous growl. The ship rocked as the waves surged, the crew gasping for breath and exchanging glances heavy with unspoken relief and lingering dread. Below deck, the lantern light flickered over faces pale from the close call. Kael met Myra's gaze, a silent acknowledgement of their shared survival and the battles yet to come. "This is only the beginning," Kael said quietly. The sea stretched endless and unforgiving before them, a toxic wilderness where every shadow held danger, and every moment was a test of will. Yet, In the heart of this drifting scrap city and its determined crew, a fierce, bittersweet determination burned bright hope against the desolation. As the vessel pressed forward, the crew's bonds, forged in fire and peril, tightened. Mistrust lingered beneath the surface, but so did an unyielding resolve. The voyage into the unknown had begun, and with it, the fragile promise of salvation. The toxic horizon beckoned, and Steelbone's fate hung in the balance. But what lay beyond the swirling green waves? And would the crew's strength be enough to survive the trials awaiting them in the endless sea? The journey was far from over. The endless sea around them hissed and bubbled, the poisonous waters ever restless beneath the fragile scrap platforms. On the deck of their battered vessel, Kael stood rigid, eyes narrowing toward the horizon where ragged sails began to appear like dark wraiths against the dimming light. Scavengers, Mira growled, her voice taut with warning. Her fiery red hair whipped in the acrid wind as she crouched beside Kael, scanning the approaching silhouettes. Not like any we've seen. These carry weapons and they're coming fast. The crew scrambled to their stations, the familiar clang and creak of metal filling the tense air. Joran adjusted his cracked glasses, fingers trembling as he readied the ancient tech scanners, hoping for any advantage. Lena moved swiftly, her satchel of herbs and medical supplies slung at her side, ready to tend the wounded. Grav hefted a heavy weapon, his broad shoulders squared against the coming storm. Tess, young and lithe, darted to the mast, eyes sharp for the approach of the enemy. They're closing in, she called, voice edged with a mix of fear and excitement. Kael's gaze hardened. The warden's reach was extending, and these scavengers were no mere opportunists. They were enforcers, part of a growing force meant to choke out outsiders and tighten control over the toxic sea's dwindling resources. Hold formation, Kael ordered, voice low but commanding. Wait for my signal. We don't want to give them an easy fight. Mira's eyes flicked to Kael, a spark of defiance flaring. We don't have time to wait. They'll be on us before you finish the order. Patience, Kael said, though doubt gnawed at him. His trust in the crew had always been his anchor, but recent strains bore heavily on his soul. The hostile fleet surged closer, sails flapping like torn wings. Suddenly, the first shot rang out, a jagged burst of steam-powered fire that sent splinters flying. The scavengers were ruthless, their weapons crude but deadly, their movements coordinated. Now, Kael shouted, and the crew sprang into action. Mira was a whirlwind of controlled fury, darting between enemy lines with calculated strikes. Her combat skills, honed in the crucible of Steelbone's harsh realities, shone as she dispatched foes with brutal efficiency. Cover left flank, she barked, rallying the crew amid the chaos. Grav's heavy weapons roared, tearing through the air as mechanical clanks and hisses erupted around them. Joran, though physically weaker, provided crucial support by disabling enemy contraptions with deft precision. Amid the battle's cacophony, Kael's eyes searched his crew. A flicker of hesitation here, a brief glance exchanged their small signs that stoked the embers of his growing mistrust. Had their long ordeal fractured their unity? Was their descent beneath the surface? His mind flashed to past losses, to the family he once had and lost to the toxic storms, and the scars that burdened his heart. He clenched his fists, pushing the shadows aside. Now was not the time for doubt. The battle raged on, a brutal test of wills and skill. The hostile scavengers, though fierce, faltered under the relentless defense. Mira's leadership in the field and the crew's cohesion turned the tide. When the last enemy vessel drifted away, burning and broken, the crew stood, panting, battered but victorious. Lena moved swiftly among them, tending to wounds with gentle hands and soothing words, mending both flesh and spirit. But as the adrenaline faded, the weight of unease settled in. The distant roar of mechanical beasts echoed across the toxic sea, a grim reminder that the Warden's enforcers were tightening their grip. The battle was not over, it was only beginning. Under the sickly glow of the fading light, Kael gathered his crew. "We survived today," he said, voice steady but laced with warning. "But the shadows on our horizon grow darker. We must be stronger together." Mira stepped forward, meeting his gaze. "We're not just survivors, we're a family, and families fight through the worst." A fragile hope flickered amid the scars of battle, but the question remained. Could their found family withstand the growing storm of threats, both outside and within? As the toxic sea lapped hungrily at the edges of Steelbone, the crew braced themselves for the trials to come, steeling their hearts against the shadows stretching over the horizon. The night deepened, and the wind whispered warnings through the creaking scrap city. The glow from distant fires flickered like dying stars, and somewhere beyond the dark waves, the Warden watched, his red lenses gleaming with a cold, unyielding fury. Joran sat hunched over a battered holoscreen, the pale blue light flickering erratically as he carefully traced the faded lines of an ancient schematic. His cracked glasses caught the glow, magnifying the intricate details of the designer map of interlocking gears and conduits that pulsed with a long-forgotten purpose. "Look at this," Joran murmured, voice barely above a whisper, breaking the silence that had settled over the crew like a dense fog. Around him, the others had gathered, drawn by the gravity in his tone. Lena shifted closer, her sun-kissed skin glowing softly in the dim light, a gentle smile easing the tension on her face. Kael leaned forward, eyes sharp despite the exhaustion etched into his lean features. "What is it?" "It's the artifact," Joran said, fingers trembling as he highlighted a segment on the schematic. "Not just some relic. This shows it's part of a system-ancient technology designed to regulate the sea itself, to keep the toxic waters from overrunning everything." A murmur rippled through the group. Myra's fiery red hair caught the flickering light as she crossed her arms, skepticism and hope warring in her piercing green eyes. "So it's not just a power source," she said, voice sharp. "It's a key, but if it's that powerful, no wonder the Warden wants it." Grav grunted from the corner, his broad shoulders tense. "And no wonder it's guarded by those mechanical beasts. They're more than just machines, they're sentinels." Lena nodded, her fingers brushing a loose strand of hair from her face. "Knowing this, it means our mission is even more important, but also more dangerous." Kael's gaze darkened, the weight of responsibility settling heavier on his shoulders. "We need to be ready, not just for what's out there, but for what this artifact could mean." As the crew absorbed the revelation, Lena moved among them, her hands steady and warm as she tended to bruises and cuts sustained in their last encounter. The faint scent of crushed herbs filled the cramped space, mingling with the salty temps of the sea air that seeped through the cracks in Steelbone's hull. "You're all stronger than you think," she said softly, meeting each pair of eyes with a nurturing warmth. "And we'll face this together." The words were a balm to frayed nerves, a reminder of the found family they had forged in the crucible of hardship. Even Kael, who often bore his burdens alone, allowed himself a brief moment of solace in Lena's steady presence. Outside, the city of scrap creaked and shifted, the failing engines groaning under the strain of endless drift. The toxic sea stretched beyond the horizon, its surface broken only by the occasional shimmer of mechanical beasts patrolling the outskirts. Inside, the crew was united by new knowledge and renewed purpose. The artifact was no mere treasure, it was the fragile hope that could stabilize their world or shatter it completely. As night deepened, Joran returned to his schematics, fingers dancing over the glowing lines with growing confidence. Each discovery was a step deeper into the mystery, a step closer to salvation or doom. Myra stood watch by the rusted railing, her fiery hair a beacon against the darkened sky. Her thoughts churned with the risks ahead, but beneath her sharp exterior lay a fierce loyalty that anchored the crew's fragile unity. Kael's eyes scanned the horizon, the flicker of distant lights hinting at unseen threats. Yet, in the quiet moments, he allowed himself to hope that the secrets beneath the scrap would lead them not only to the artifact, but to a future worth fighting for. The voyage was far from over, but tonight, beneath the shifting stars and the endless toxic sea, the crew of Steelbone found a moment of fragile peace and a spark of fierce determination that would carry them through the darkness to come. Outside, the city groaned softly, alive with secrets and stories waiting to be uncovered. And beneath it all, the sea whispered its ancient song, haunting, dangerous, and filled with the promise of both salvation and sacrifice. The journey into the unknown was just beginning, and with it, the fragile bonds of found family would be tested like never before. The toxic sea below hissed and frothed, waves lashing at the corroded hulls of the city's patchwork structures. A sudden, bone-chilling gust swept through the narrow metal walkways, carrying with it droplets of acidic rain that stung exposed skin and hissed as they struck hot metal. Kael stood at the prow of their battered vessel, eyes scanning the horizon where jagged shapes loomed, remnants of forgotten platforms, half sunken and half forgotten. The storm was coming faster than any of them had expected. "We need shelter," Kael barked, voice barely audible over the rising roar of wind and water. Around him, the crew scrambled, their faces tight with grim determination. Myra's fiery red hair whipped wildly in the gale as she secured ropes and checked weapons. "There," Tess called out, pointing toward a derelict platform bobbing precariously on the waves. Its rusted metal skeleton creaked ominously, but it was their only chance. Kael nodded and steered the craft closer, the engines groaning in protest. The vessel lurched as they made fast to the platform's corroded docking bay. The crew spilled onto the unstable surface, the acidic rain immediately eating away at exposed patches of skin. Inside the platform, the air was thick with the smell of rust and decay, punctuated by the faint, metallic temps of stagnant water. Flickering emergency lights cast long shadows along the cracked walls, revealing faded murals that hinted at a once thriving civilization. Joran moved carefully, fingers tracing the outlines of ancient symbols carved into the metal. "These markings, they might be connected to the artifact," he murmured, his voice reverent. "If we can decode them, it could tell us more about what we're really after." Lena moved silently among the crew, her satchel of herbs and medical supplies a comforting presence amid the gloom. She knelt beside Grav, who winced as he adjusted a makeshift bandage on his forearm. Outside, the storm raged with renewed fury. The platform groaned under the assault, loose panels vibrating and sending shards of metal rattling across the floor. Myra's restless energy was palpable. Her eyes darted around, searching for any sign of danger or opportunity. Suddenly, her gaze fixed on a suspicious hatch partially obscured by debris. Without warning, she lunged toward it, the unstable flooring creaking ominously beneath her boots. "Mira, wait." Kael's voice cut through the chaos as he lunged forward, grasping her arm and yanking her back just as a section of the floor gave way with a deafening crash. Heart pounding, Mira glared at him, frustration flashing in her green eyes. "We don't have time for caution, Kael. Every moment we waste puts Steelbone at greater risk." Kael held her gaze, steady and unyielding, and every reckless step could cost us everything. "We survive by being smart, not just fast." The crew gathered around, the tension thick in the stale air. Mira's breath came hard, but the fire in her softened just enough to admit the truth in Kael's words. As the storm outside began to wane, a fragile calm settled within the group. Kael and Myra sought a quiet corner, their conversation low but honest. "I know I pushed too hard," Myra confessed, her voice barely above a whisper, "but I can't stand feeling powerless." Kael nodded, the weight of his own burdens mirrored in her turmoil. "We all carry scars, Myra, but none of us can bear the weight alone. Trust in the crew. Trust in me." A tentative understanding passed between them, fragile but real. Outside, the toxic clouds began to break apart, allowing the harsh light of a muted sun to spill through the cracked windows, casting long shadows on their faces. The storm had tested them, not just against nature's fury, but against the storms within their own hearts. And though the path ahead remained uncertain, a new thread of trust had begun to bind them together, a vital spark in the endless sea of desolation. As the crew prepared to move on, the ancient platform whispered secrets of its past beneath their feet, urging them onward, toward the artifact and the salvation it promised. But lurking in the shadows, dangers both mechanical and human awaited, ready to challenge the fragile unity they had forged. With a final glance at the clearing sky, Kael tightened his grip on the controls. "We move at first light, together." And with that, the voyage deeper into the forbidden waters resumed, each heartbeat echoing the fierce, bittersweet determination that defined their endless struggle to survive. Inside the cramped quarters, the atmosphere was heavier than the noxious air outside her, suffocating tension threading through every whispered conversation and every wary glance. Kael sat alone by the flickering console, the dim glow casting sharp shadows across his weathered face. His hands, usually steady as they coaxed life from broken machinery, now trembled slightly as he traced the lines of a fractured schematic. The weight of leadership pressed down on him, more relentless than the storms outside. He had hoped the crew's bonds, forged through countless shared hardships, would shield them from the corrosive effects of fear and doubt. But beneath the surface, whispers of distrust had begun to stir like a gathering storm. The discovery of the artifact had been a beacon of hope, yet with each mile sailed into forbidden waters, the fractures within their fragile family grew more pronounced. Mira paced the narrow corridors, her fiery hair a blaze of defiance against the muted steel tones around her. She clenched her fists, fighting the urge to lash out not at the dangers beyond, but at the crew members whose hesitation threatened their survival. When Tess slipped into view, her usual confident stride faltering under the weight of a secret, Myra's temper flared. "Tess," Myra said, voice low but sharp, "you've been hiding something. If you're going to be part of this crew, you owe us the truth." Tess's green eyes darted nervously, hands twisting the straps of her pack. "I didn't want to betray you," she whispered, voice barely audible over the hum of the failing engines. "But I had no choice." The confession spilled out in halting fragments contacts, made with scavenger factions beyond their known route, information traded for supplies, a pact made under duress. Betrayal, raw and bitter, sliced through the fragile trust that had held them together. Word spread swiftly, rippling through the cramped decks where Lena moved like a calm current, tending to the wounded and soothing frayed nerves. Her presence was a balm, her words carefully chosen to mend not just flesh but fractured spirits. As the crew gathered in the communal area, the room thick with unspoken accusations and hurt, Lena's gentle voice cut through the silence. "We are more than just a crew," she reminded them softly. "We are a family forged in hardship. Betrayal wounds deeply, but it does not have to be the end. We must find a way through this together." Kael emerged from his solitude, stepping into the circle of weary faces. His gaze, sharp and commanding despite the exhaustion etched into his features, swept over the group. "We've faced worse than this and survived," he said, voice steady but carrying the weight of unspoken regret. "But I won't deny it, trust has been broken. I've made mistakes, trying to carry this burden alone. It's time I learned to lean on you all." Myra met his eyes, her usual fire tempered by a reluctant acknowledgement. "We all have our flaws, Kael," she said. "But if we don't stand united, the Warden's forces will pick us apart one by one." Outside, the distant rumble of mechanical beasts echoed against the hull, a grim reminder that the battles ahead were not just against internal demons. The crew's fragile truce was tested anew as plans were hastily redrawn, roles reconsidered, and vigilance doubled. In the quiet moments that followed, Tess sought out Kael, her voice trembling but resolute. "I want to make this right. I'm ready to face whatever comes next with you." Kael nodded, the first flicker of hope piercing the gloom. "We'll need every hand and every heart. Betrayal cuts deep, but so does loyalty." As the ship pressed onward into the unknown, the crew's fragile trust was a candle flickering against the darker, fragile flame they would have to protect if they were to survive the trials yet to come. The sea outside churned with endless menace, but within the ship, a new kind of battle had begun, one to reclaim their unity and strength before the real storm broke upon them. And as the toxic skies darkened, Kael wondered if the whispers of betrayal might yet be drowned out by the roar of their defiant hearts. The journey ahead was perilous, and the shadows of doubt lingered, but the crew had one choice: to confront their fractures or be consumed by them. The fragile bonds of found family were their only hope, and in this crucible they would either break or be reforged anew. And as the night deepened, a silent vow echoed within Kael, promise not just to survive, but to lead them through whatever darkness awaited. For Steelbone, for their home, and for the fragile hope that still burned within them all. The air was thick with the acrid stench of burning metal and corrosive fog, the city's failing engines coughing their last breaths. But tonight, the danger came not from the sea's choking breath, but from the cold, clanking menace that emerged from its depths. Kael stood at the helm of their battered vessel, eyes sharp and alert beneath the shadowed brim of his worn cap. Around him, the crew moved with tense urgency, every muscle coiled for the inevitable confrontation. The horizon glimmered with a sinister red, multiple pairs of glowing lenses cutting through. The toxic mist like predatory eyes. Mechanical beasts, their bodies a patchwork of rusted iron and scavenged scrap, stalked the waves with unnerving precision. Behind them moved scavenger enforcers, twisted figures clad in grim armor, loyal only to the Warden's iron will. "They're here," Mira growled, her fiery hair whipping in the acid wind as she crouched by the bulkhead, blades drawn. Her green eyes burned with fierce loyalty and raw determination. "Ready yourself, Kael. They want us broken." Kael's voice was low, calm despite the storm of adrenaline surging through his veins. "Hold fast. We've come too far to be torn apart now." The first mechanical beast lunged from the mist, its joints grinding like a death clock as it crashed into the side of their vessel. Sparks flew and metal groaned under the brutal impact. Grav roared a curse and hefted a heavy harpoon firing into the creature's exposed circuitry. It shrieked a sound both mechanical and disturbingly alive before staggering back into the murky water. But the assault was relentless. More beasts emerged, their metallic limbs smashing and tearing at the hull. The scavenger enforcers poured over the sides, their weapons flashing with deadly intent. The crew fought with desperate valor. Myra's blades danced in a deadly rhythm, cutting through steel and flesh alike. While Jorin scrambled to hack into the beast's control nodes, his fingers trembling but precise. "Kael, incoming on the starboard," Lena shouted, her voice sharp as she patched wounds and steadied panicked breaths. Her satchel of herbs and mechanical tools was a lifeline amid the chaos. Kael spun, parrying a vicious strike from a scavenger enforcer. His mind raced to every decision weighed by the lives depending on him. He barked orders, coordinating their defense with a leader's steady hand, but the toll was cruel. One by one, crew members fell, dragged beneath the waves or crushed beneath iron claws. "We can't hold them much longer," Grav growled, his broad frame a fortress against the assault. "We need to retreat or we're finished." Kael's jaw tightened. Retreat meant abandoning the mission, surrendering Steelbone's fate to the Warden's cold grasp. But pressing forward demanded sacrifices that clawed at his conscience. "Cover the wounded," Kael commanded, voice firm. "Mira, with me. We break their front line. Jorin, keep those beasts offline. Lena, keep everyone breathing. Grav, prepare the engines for a hard push." The battle surged onward with brutal ferocity. Mira's fiery strikes carved a path through the enforcers, her tempered rage a beacon of hope. Jorin's fingers flew over his tools, sparks illuminating his pale face as he disabled another beast just before its claws could rend flesh from bone. Lena moved like a guardian angel, her calm presence stitching wounds and mending spirits. But the cost was clear. The deck was slick with blood and oil, the screams of the fallen mingling with the grinding of metal. The Warden's obsession was palpable, a shadow that loomed heavy over the fight, driving his machines with ruthless precision. As the last mechanical beast fell, Kael took stock. The crew was battered, some lost, others wounded and the vessel bore scars that would take weeks to repair. Yet, amidst the smoke and ruin, a fierce spark endured. "This isn't over," Kael said quietly, eyes scanning the horizon where the red lenses had vanished. But the threat lingered like a poison in the air. "We've lost much, but we still have each other. And we still have the mission." Mira nodded, wiping blood from her chin, her fiery spirit undimmed despite the scars. "For Steelbone, for the crew," Jorin stepped forward, glasses cracked but eyes bright with newfound resolve. "We'll decipher the artifact's secrets. We'll find a way." Lena's gentle smile, though tired, offered a balm to their battered souls. Together. Kael exhaled, the weight of leadership heavy on his shoulders but tempered by the unbreakable bonds forged in fire and blood. The Warden's reach was long, but so was their will to survive. As the toxic sea churned beneath them, the crew prepared to face whatever darkness awaited beyond the horizon, their fierce, bittersweet determination lighting the way. The battle had tested them, nearly broken them, but it had also revealed the true strength of their found family. And as Steelbone drifted on the endless scrap sea, hope remained a fragile, flickering light against the encroaching night. But questions lingered in Kael's mind, whispered by the crashing waves and the distant echoes of the Warden's wrath. How many more sacrifices would be demanded? How far would he go to save this drifting city? And what price would survival exact in the days to come? The voyage was far from over. The air hung thick with the scent of burnt metal and salt-tainted water. mingling with the sharp sting of healing herbs Lena distributed with practiced care. Around a flickering lantern, Joran sat hunched over ancient schematics, his cracked glasses catching the wavering light as his fingers traced the faded lines. Despite the exhaustion etched into every face, a spark of determination glimmered in the crew's eyes. The assault had cost them dearly wounded bodies and fractured spirits, but it had not broken them. "Look here," Joran murmured, pointing to a cluster of symbols near the artifact's depiction. "This isn't just a relic. It's a key balance mechanism for the sea itself." Kael leaned in, his gaze sharp despite the fatigue. The weight of leadership pressed heavier after the battle, but Joran's quiet revelation was a balm to his troubled mind. He glanced toward Lena, who was gently cleaning a fresh wound on his forearm, her touch steady and warm. "You should rest," she said softly, her voice a contrast to the harsh clangs and groans of the damaged ship. "Not yet," Kael replied, eyes locked on the schematics. "If what Joran says is true, this artifact could change everything for Steelbone." Lena nodded, her expression somber yet hopeful. "We need that hope now more than ever." Nearby, Myra stood apart, sharpening her blade with a precise rhythm. Her fiery red hair caught the dim light, every strike a testament to her restless spirit. Her gaze darted around the crew, fierce and protective. Despite her usual impulsiveness, the night had tempered her fire into something steadier, resolved to shield this fragile found family. Grav's heavy steps echoed as he secured a metal plate over a breach in the hull, the sound a steady heartbeat amid the silence. His scarred face was set in grim determination, the pragmatic loyalty that had carried them this far now, a pillar supporting their survival. Kael finally allowed himself a deep breath, the pain in his arm sharp but manageable. "We've seen what the Warden is capable of," he said, voice low, "but we've also seen what we can endure. This artifact is our chance, not just to survive, but to reclaim our future." Lena smiled faintly, her eyes reflecting the lantern's glow. "And we'll do it together." The crew settled into a weary hush, the toxic sea whispering its endless song around them. Though scars marred both body and soul, fragments of hope had taken root. Tomorrow, they would sail onward toward forbidden waters, toward danger, toward the uncertain dawn of Steelbone's salvation. But tonight, beneath the battered sky, they found strength in each other, their found family forged anew in the crucible of their shared struggle. As the lantern flickered low, Kael's gaze drifted to the horizon where shadows danced with the toxic mist. The journey was far from over, and the true battle waited beneath the waves. Yet in that fragile moment, a fierce, bittersweet determination burned brighter than ever. The sea might be endless and unforgiving, but so was their will to survive. And survive they would. The vessel groaned beneath the weight of its crew and cargo, its patchwork hull a testament to countless repairs and desperate improvisations. Kael stood at the prow, eyes sharp and calculating despite the weariness etched deep into his weathered face. Around him, the crew moved with practiced efficiency, each member locked in the tense rhythm of preparation and vigilance. The toxic sea churned beneath them, a swirling mass of corrosive sludge and noxious vapors that clung to the air like a living shroud. The thick fog hung low, muffling the distant howls and clanks of mechanical beasts that prowled beneath the surface. Their metallic limbs sliced through the water with a grinding cadence, sending ripples that threatened to unbalance the fragile vessel. Kael's grip tightened on the railing as he scanned the horizon, the weight of responsibility settling like a stone in his chest. "We're close," Joran whispered from beside him, his cracked glasses catching the dim light of the lanterns strung along the deck. The tech specialist's slender fingers trembled slightly as he held a battered schematic, ancient lines and symbols hinting at secrets buried beneath the waves. The artifact lies beyond this boundary, if the legends are true. Myra's fiery red hair whipped in the biting wind as she stepped forward, her piercing green eyes blazing with a restless energy. "Legends won't save us if we get torn apart out here," she snapped, voice low but fierce. "We need to push harder, not wait for the sea to swallow us." Kael met her gaze, the tension between caution and urgency crackling like static. "We don't rush headfirst into death," he replied evenly. "This isn't just about us. It's about Steelbone." The exchange hung in the cold air, a microcosm of the fragile trust binding the crew. Mira's impulsiveness clashed with Kael's measured command, yet beneath the friction lay a shared determination that refused to break. Below deck, the soft glow of flickering lamps illuminated Jorin hunched over his schematics. His slender frame was tense with concentration as he deciphered the cryptic markings. Each revelation a thread pulling the crew deeper into the mystery of the artifact. Lena moved quietly among the bunks, her sun-kissed skin glowing softly in the lamplight. She applied salves to scraped knuckles and soothed fevered brows, her warm presence a balm to the crew's frayed nerves. Outside, the vessel creaked and shuddered as a surge of luminescent toxic waves crashed against the hull, casting eerie, shifting shadows that danced like spirits across the deck. Grav's broad shoulders tensed as he manned the heavy weapons, eyes scanning the murky waters for any sign of movement. Tess, the young scout with quick, darting eyes, stood at the bow, her fingers twitching with anticipation as she peered into the gloom. The boundary between the safe haven of Steelbone and the unknown expanse of forbidden waters was more than a line on a map. It was a test of their resolve, their trust in one another, and their will to survive. As the vessel crossed the threshold, the crew braced against the biting wind and the weight of what lay ahead. Mechanical beasts lurked beneath the surface, their glowing red eyes and grinding limbs a constant threat. The toxic sea whispered its menace in the hiss of corrosive waves and the cold bite of the air. Kael's voice cut through the tension, steady and commanding. "Stay sharp. Trust each other. We're not just crossing water, we're crossing into the heart of the unknown." A murmur of assent rippled through the crew as they tightened formation, every sense alert. The journey ahead promised danger, but also hope. The fragile hope that the artifact might save Steelbone from decay and oblivion. As the vessel pressed forward, the toxic fog swirling thicker around them, Kael allowed himself a brief glance at his crew. Each face was etched with fear, determination, and something else, a fierce, unyielding bond forged in fire and desperation. This found family, imperfect and battered, was all he had left to fight for. The sea ahead was dark and endless, but so was their will to endure. The voyage had truly begun. The distant groan of the engines faltered for a moment, and a ripple of unease passed through the crew. Jorin's fingers tightened on the schematic, his pale face illuminated by the eerie glow from below deck. "The artifact's energy signature should be detectable soon," he murmured, scanning the faded glyphs. Mira stalked the deck restlessly, her gaze sharp as a blade. "We can't afford to hesitate. Every moment here invites the Warden's beasts." Kael nodded, eyes narrowing. "Steady. We move when the time is right." The toxic waves licked at the hull, their phosphorescent colors casting ghostly light on the crew's faces. Lena's soft voice broke the silence. "We'll need to be ready to heal more than broken bones out here." Grav grunted, loading a heavy weapon with practiced efficiency. "Then we'll make sure there's nothing left standing to break." Tess's gaze flicked to the horizon, where a shadow moved beneath the waves, a metallic limb, glinting with menace. "Something's coming," she whispered. Kael's heart pounded, but his voice was calm. "Prepare yourselves. This is the moment we've been sailing toward. The threshold is crossed." The sea roared, the fog thickened, and the destiny of Steelbone hung in the balance. The voyage had pushed them to the edge, but the true test was just beginning. At the break of a sickly dawn, the crew gathered on the deck, the horizon now a jagged line of rusted wreckage and toxic spray. The forbidden waters stretched before them like an open wound in the world, threatening to swallow them whole. Kael's voice rang out, steady and resolute. "We cross together, no one left behind." Myra's eyes flashed with fierce loyalty for Steelbone. Joran adjusted his cracked glasses, a hint of a smile breaking through his usual quiet demeanor. For Hope, Lena nodded, her warm smile a beacon in the gloom. For family, Grav hefted his weapon, his scarred face grim but determined. "Let's finish this," Tess's youthful voice added, "and survive." With a final surge of the engines, the vessel plunged forward, slicing through the toxic sea and into the unknown. The crossing had begun, and Steelbone's fate sailed with them. Below the churning surface of the toxic sea lay the lost wrecker remnant of a forgotten era, swallowed by the corrosive tides and draped in shadows. The air was thick with a metallic temps, the scent of decay mingling with the ever-present haze that clung to their floating city. Kael stood at the helm, his gaze sharp and unyielding, eyes narrowed against the glare of the polluted sun. "Everyone ready?" Kael's voice cut through the low hum of the engines as the crew prepared for descent. Myra's fiery gaze met his, her jaw set with fierce determination. "Ready as ever?" she replied, tightening the straps of her gear. Joran adjusted his cracked glasses, clutching the lantern that would pierce the murky depths. Lena checked her satchel of herbs and medical supplies one last time, while Grav hefted a reinforced harpoon launcher, his broad frame braced for the unknown. Tess, the youngest among them, bounced lightly on her heels, eyes darting anxiously to the horizon. "Let's get this done," she whispered, voice barely audible over the hum. With a deep breath, Kael gave the order. The vessel's descent began. Beneath the surface, the world transformed. The sunlight fractured into sickly beams that struggled to penetrate the toxic haze, casting eerie shadows across the twisted metal skeleton of the wreck. Rusted plates jutted jaggedly like broken bones, and corroded pipes twisted in grotesque spirals. Joran's lanterns flickered, casting a wavering glow that illuminated the haunting silhouettes of the sunken giant. "Stay close," Kael cautioned, voice low and steady. "We don't know what's waiting down here." The crew moved deliberately, their boots clanking against the uneven metal floor, echoes swallowed by the oppressive silence. Then came the first sound allo, grinding whir that sent a chill down their spines. Mechanical claws scraped against steel, and a pair of glowing eyes blinked open in the gloom. "Mechanical sentinels," Joran whispered, eyes wide with a mix of awe and fear. They must have been the wreck's last line of defense. Myra's hand flew to her weapon, muscles coiled like a spring. "Let's show them we're not prey." The sentinels lunged with terrifying speed, gears grinding and pistons hissing as they attacked. The crew scattered, working in unison. Kael's deft mechanical knowledge guided their strikes. Lena's quick hands tended to bruises and burns, and Grav's heavy weapons shattered the beast's metallic limbs. The battle was fierce and chaotic. Sparks flew, mingling with the acrid scent of burning circuits. Myra's fierce shouts cut through the din as she coordinated their movements, while Tess darted through shadows, relaying warnings. Joran's calm voice offered quiet counsel, deciphering the mechanisms of their foes to exploit weaknesses. One by one, the sentinels fell, their bodies crumpling into inert heaps of twisted metal. But the victory was bittersweet. Grav's heavy breathing echoed the exhaustion that weighed on them all. "Keep moving," Kael urged. The artifacts close, navigating the labyrinthine corridors of the wreck. The crew faced crumbling floors and hidden traps, spiked panels that snapped shut like jaws, rusted wires that sparked deadly arcs, and pressure plates that triggered cascading debris. Myra's impulsiveness nearly triggered a collapse, but Kael's quick reflexes saved the group from certain doom, forcing a moment of tense silence. "Careful," Kael warned, voice softer now. "We can't afford mistakes." At last, they reached the heart of the wreck-vast chamber, where the artifact rested atop a pedestal, its surface pulsing with a faint, otherworldly glow. The light cast dancing shadows on the walls, illuminating ancient symbols etched deep into the metal. Kael stepped forward, hand trembling as he reached out. The weight of their journey pressed down on him, the losses endured, the sacrifices made, the fragile hope tethered to this single moment. Suddenly, the water above began to churn, the surface roiling with the ominous approach of unseen threats. "We need to move," Lena urged, her voice edged with urgency. With the artifact secured, the crew began their ascent, hearts pounding as the wreck seemed to groan in protest. Mechanical guardians stirred once more, but the crew's unity and resilience saw them through. Each step a testament to their fierce determination. Emerging into the dim light of the surface, the artifact safe in their possession, Kael allowed himself a rare, fleeting smile. The voyage was far from over, but in this moment, hope flickered bright against the endless toxic sea. The faint glow from their lanterns cast long, trembling shadows across rusted beams and shattered hulls, illuminating the mechanical beasts that stirred in the gloom. Their movements were slow but deliberate, joints creaking and eyes flickering with a malevolent red light that chilled Kael to his core. Behind him, Myra's sharp voice cut through the water, issuing commands to the crew as they spread out cautiously among the ruins. "Stay close. Watch your corners. These things are more cunning than any we've faced before." Joran's gloved hands hovered over a cracked console, reading the faded schematics that hinted at the artifact's resting place. "This way," he signaled, pointing toward a collapsed corridor partially blocked by debris. "The artifact's chamber should be just beyond." Kael nodded, his heart heavy with a mix of hope and dread. The weight of leadership pressed down harder than the sea above them. He had promised his crew salvation, a chance to save Steelbone from the slow decay of its failing engines and dwindling resources. But the price of that promise was becoming painfully clear. A sudden, metallic screech shattered the tense silence. From the darkness, a pack of mechanical beasts erupted, their sharp claws tearing at the water as they lunged toward the crew. Myra was the first to react, her form cutting through the water with practiced precision. Her fists connected with the beast's metal limbs, sparks flying as she dismantled one after another with ruthless efficiency. "Protect Joran," Kael barked, moving to shield the tech specialist from an enforcer wielding jagged blades. Lena was close behind, her satchel of herbs and mechanical first aid kits ready to tend wounds as soon as the fighting paused. The battle raged beneath the sea, a chaotic ballet of survival in the eerie silence of the drowned wreck. Grab's booming voice and steady aim with heavy weapons provided critical support, breaking apart mechanical adversaries with calculated force. Yet each victory came at a cost: winded bodies, frayed nerves, and the gnawing realization that the Warden's forces would not relent. Emerging from the shadows, the Warden himself appeared, a towering figure clad in patchwork armor of metal plates that clinked ominously. His glowing red lenses locked onto Kael with a cold, ruthless intensity. "You should have stayed away," the Warden intoned, voice distorted by the filtered water but no less menacing. "This sea belongs to me. The artifact is mine to command." Kael squared his shoulders, meeting the tyrant's gaze without flinching. "Steelbone belongs to its people. We fight for survival, for hope. Your reign ends here." What followed was a clash of wills and metal, the two leaders engaging in a brutal duel amid swirling debris. The wreck groaned and shifted as the battle tore through its fragile skeleton, the water around them churning with the force of their struggle. Meanwhile, the crew fought valiantly to hold off the Warden's enforcers, their unity tested by exhaustion and fear. Mira's fiery spirits shone brightest against the mechanical onslaught, while Lena's calming presence healed wounds both physical and emotional. As the wreck began to collapse, a sudden tremor sent clouds of silt swirling into the water, obscuring vision and threatening to trap the crew beneath tons of falling metal. Kael realized the dire choice before him: to sacrifice his own safety by holding a collapsing passage, allowing the others to escape with the artifact. With a fierce, bittersweet determination, Kael positioned himself against the crumbling wall, bracing for the impact. His eyes caught the eerie glow of the artifact as it pulsed with an otherworldly light, a beacon of hope amidst the ruin. "Go," he shouted through the comms, voice strained but resolute. "Take it back to Steelbone. Save our city." The crew hesitated, but the urgency in Kael's tone propelled them forward, their silhouettes fading into the darkness as the wreck groaned one final time and the passage sealed behind him. Alone, Kael felt the crushing weight of the sea and his own choices. The cost of leadership, the burdens of past trauma, and the fierce will to survive converged in this moment of sacrifice. Far above, the waters rippled silently, hiding the battle beneath, but in the hearts of those who survived, the fight for Steelbone had only just begun. The artifact, secure and humming with latent power, promised a new dawn for Steelbone. But as the crew swam toward the surface, their minds bore the heavy imprint of loss and loyalty, courage and sacrifice. The final confrontation had tested them beyond measure, yet forged a bond unbreakable of found family united in the endless toxic sea, ready to face whatever lay ahead. And somewhere deep beneath, the Warden's shadow lingered still, a grim reminder that the price of survival was never truly paid in full. The floating city, once a fragile patchwork of scrap and dreams, seemed to hold its breath as the scavenger crew returned from their harrowing voyage. Kael stood at the prow of their vessel, the artifact cradled carefully in his hands, small, intricate mechanism humming with latent power. Around him, the city's failing engines groaned and sputtered, their once steady rhythm now faltering under the strain of years adrift on the toxic sea. A low hum began to spread from the artifact, subtle at first, then growing in intensity until the air vibrated with its pulse. The engines responded in kind, sputtering to life, their weary gears grinding and clanking as the city stirred awake. Sparks flickered along rusted conduits, illuminating the faces of the gathered inhabitants who had come to witness this fragile moment of revival. Kael's eyes, sharp and weary, scanned the crowd as murmurs of disbelief and hope rippled through the masses. Myra's fiery gaze met his, a flicker of unspoken gratitude passing between them. Joran, ever the quiet scholar, adjusted his cracked glasses and studied the artifact's glow with a mixture of awe and reverence. Lena moved among the crew and citizens alike, her satchel of herbs a comforting presence as she tended to the wounded and weary. The city's air, once thick with the stench of decay and despair, seemed to breathe anew. Children ran along the scrap walkways, their laughter tentative but genuine, while the older residents exchanged cautious smiles. Grav's broad shoulders loomed as he oversaw the rebalancing of mechanical systems, his gruff voice cutting through the morning air with orders and reassurances. Kael felt the weight of the moment settle on his shoulders, a mixture of relief, pride, and a lingering ache for those they had lost. The journey had been perilous, marked by sacrifice and betrayal, but this victory was theirs. Yet, beneath the surface of this fragile hope lay the scars of hardship, the knowledge that survival was an ongoing battle. As the engines found their rhythm, the city's lights flickered hesitantly to life, casting long shadows over the twisted metal and peeling paint. The toxic sea beyond remained an ever-present threat, its horizon endless and merciless. But for now, Steelbone was alive. That evening, the crew gathered on the highest deck, a flickering fire crackling against the chill that crept in with the night. Faces tired yet resolute, they shared stories of the journey, the battles fought, the losses mourned, the small victories that had kept hope alive. Tess, young and agile, recounted her first storm, her voice steady and proud. Myra's sharp wit lightened heavy moments, while Joran's quiet reflections offered perspective and calm. Lena passed around herbal brews, her warm smile a balm to aching bodies and spirits. Grab's deep laughter rumbled like distant thunder, a reminder that strength came in many forms. And Kael, standing among them, felt the fragile bonds of this found family titina, tapestry woven through shared trials and unspoken promises. Yet, as the firelight danced across their faces, shadows lurked beyond the city's edge. The warden's threat had not vanished. It had merely retreated, biding its time. The artifact had granted life, but it had also stirred deeper currents beneath the toxic waves. Kael's gaze drifted to the endless sea, the horizon a dark line against the starlit sky. Questions whispered on the wind. How long could this fragile peace endure? What new dangers awaited their drifting city? The night grew deeper, but within Steelbone, a fierce, bittersweet determination burned brighter than ever. The voyage had changed them all. They had faced loss and fear, betrayal and sacrifice, and now, with the city's engines humming a tentative song of renewal, the crew stood ready to face the uncertain dawn ahead. The patchwork city, a sprawling lattice of rusted scrap and salvage technology, basked in the soft golden hues that filtered through its corrugated metal walls. The air, heavy with the scent of brine and oil, carried the hum of engines that had once been silent for too long. Now they thrummed steadily, a heartbeat rekindled by the artifact's mysterious power. Steelbone was awakening. Kael stood atop the highest tower of the city, his lean figure silhouetted against the rising sun. His dark hair, streaked with early grays, fluttered in the cool morning breeze. His sharp eyes scanned the endless toxic sea, its surface shimmering with iridescent pollutants and drifting flotsam. The sea was as relentless as ever, but today it seemed less like a looming threat and more like a vast expanse of possibility. Behind him, the city stirred to life. Children scampered through narrow alleys patched with vibrant scraps of cloth, their laughter weaving through the clang of hammers and the murmur of voices. The engines beneath Steelbone's hull vibrated with a newfound strength, pushing the city forward with a steady pulse that spoke of survival and renewal. Mira approached with a bundle of salvaged parts cradled in her arms, her fiery red hair catching the light. Her muscular frame moved with the grace of a scout, every step purposeful. She paused beside Kael, offering a rare smile. Their unspoken bond, forged in fire and desperation, stood as a testament to the found family they had become. "The new turbines are ready," she said, her voice steady despite the exhaustion lingering in her eyes. "Grav's been working through the night to reinforce the hull. This city's not falling apart on our watch." Kael nodded, the weight of leadership settling more lightly on his shoulders. Now that trust had begun to bridge the gaps he had long feared to cross. "Good, we've earned this moment. But we can't forget what's out there." Myra's gaze shifted to the horizon, where the toxic sea stretched endlessly, its surface marred by swirling mists and the faint outlines of mechanical beasts lurking beneath. "We'll be ready, together." Below, in the communal workshop, Jorin bent over a cluttered workbench scattered with ancient schematics and mechanical components. His slender fingers moved with careful precision, fitting a delicate gear into place. The cracked lenses of his glasses caught the flicker of oil lamps, reflecting the quiet determination etched on his pale face. Lena moved beside him, her sun-kissed skin glowing softly in the dim light. She carried a satchel of herbs and mechanical first aid supplies, her warm presence a balm to the uneasy energy that clung to the space. Her nurturing touch steadied Jorin's hand as he adjusted the intricate device, a symbol of the harmony between humanity and technology that Steelbone now embodied. "This should stabilize the energy flow," Jorin murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. "If the artifact is truly the key, then this is how we unlock its potential." Lena smiled gently. "And if anyone can figure it out, it's you." Elsewhere, Grav and Tess coordinated the reinforcement of the city's outer defenses. Grav's broad shoulders bore the scars of battles past, his bald head glistening with sweat as he directed the placement of heavy metal plates. Tess, agile and quick, darted between workstations, her sharp eyes scanning the toxic storms brewing beyond the city's fragile borders. "Watch your footing," Grav grunted, lifting a plate into place. "These storms won't wait for us to be ready." Tess nodded, her youthful face set with determination. "I'll keep watch. No storm or scavenger will catch us off guard." The clang of metal against metal echoed through Steelbone, a rhythmic chorus that sang of resilience and rebirth. As the day wore on, the city's inhabitants worked side by side, their hands mending the wounds of a world long broken. The artifact's power had breathed life back into Steelbone, but it was the crew's unwavering spirit that truly forged its future. Kael returned to the heart of the city, where a gathering had formed. Voices rose in hopeful conversation, tales of survival and plans for renewal weaving through the air. Children listened wide-eyed as old Marek recounted stories of Steelbone's past glories and the treacherous seas that surrounded them. Myra stood beside Kael, her green eyes scanning the crowd. "We've come a long way," she said softly, "but the sea still holds secrets and dangers." Kael's gaze hardened with resolve. "Then we'll face them as we always have, together." The sun dipped low, casting long shadows over the scrap city. Steelbone's engines thrummed steadily beneath their feet, a steady pulse of life against the endless toxic sea. The journey had been perilous, the losses deep, but hope had taken root amid desolation. As night fell, the stars shimmered faintly through the smog-choked sky, silent witnesses to a new dawn on the scrap sea. The crew gathered, their faces illuminated by flickering lanterns, the bonds of found family stronger than ever. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, but for tonight, Steelbone was unbroken and ready to endure. The horizon whispered promises of storms and shadows yet to come. But within the city of scrap and steel, a fierce determination burned bright. The voyage had ended, but the story was far from over. Rest well, Kael said, voice low but steady. Tomorrow we build the future. And with that, the city breathed, alive once more. Myra stood at the prow of their salvaging ship, the wind tugging fiercely at her fiery red hair, her sharp green eyes locked on the horizon. The sea beyond was a churning mass of refuse and corrosive mists, a landscape as hostile as any battlefield. Yet here, in this chaotic expanse, Myra found her purpose. But purpose alone had not always been enough. Only days prior, her impulsiveness had nearly cost them dearly. A reckless decision during a skirmish with rival scavengers had left their vessel vulnerable and the crew shaken. The memory gnawed at her, a bitter taste she could neither swallow nor spit out. This voyage was more than survival. It was a test of growth, of tempering fire with steel. Kael's voice crackled over the comlink, steady and measured. Mirror, status on the starboard engines. We need a full report before we navigate the narrow passage ahead. She swallowed hard, pushing aside the knot of anxiety. Engines are holding, but there's a misalignment in the secondary compressor. I'm on it now. The cramped engine room was a world apart from the open decks. Here, the hum of machinery meshed with the hiss of steam and the occasional clang of wrench on metal. Myra's hands, scarred from years of combat and repair, moved with practiced precision, guided by Grav's gruff but patient instructions. Slow and steady wins the race, Grav muttered, wiping sweat from his brow. Don't let your temper get the better of you, kid. Myra shot him a wry smile, the tension easing just a fraction. Trying not to bear shared focus on the work at hand, forged a momentary truce between impulse and caution. The engines coughed and groaned under their ministrations, but held firm. Later, as the sun dipped low behind the rusted skyline of Steelbone, Myra found herself in the common area, a dimly lit space where the crew gathered to trade stories and solace. Lena sat nearby, her satchel of herbs resting within easy reach, her warm presence a balm to frayed nerves. You've been quiet, Lena observed softly, her eyes reflecting the flickering lantern light. What's on your mind? Myra hesitated, the walls she'd built around her vulnerabilities trembling. I'm tired of being the loose cannon, she admitted. I want to be more for the crew, for Kael. I want to lead when it counts. Lena reached across the table, her hands steady and reassuring. Leadership isn't about never faltering. It's about knowing when to lean on others and when to stand firm. You're already stronger than you realize. The words settled over Myra like a shield, emboldening her resolve. The next challenge came swiftly. A toxic storm, sudden and fierce, swept over the sea, darkening skies and roiling the waters with acidic winds. The crew scrambled to secure the vessel as Myra took charge, her voice cutting through the howling tempest. Tess, take the starboard watch. Keep the sensors clear and report any mechanical beasts approaching. Tess, young and agile, nodded, her eyes wide but determined. On it, Myra. Amid the chaos, Myra's commands were a steady drumbeat of control and care. The crew moved as one, weathering the storm's fury with grit born of countless trials. When the skies finally cleared, a heavy silence fell over the deck. Exhaustion mingled with relief as the crew gathered, their eyes reflecting the flickering stars breaking through the dissipating clouds. Kael approached Myra, his gaze sharp but approving. You held us together out there. I'm proud of you. Myra met his eyes, the weight of her journey reflected in their depths. I'm learning, for all of us. As the night deepened, Myra allowed herself a rare moment of quiet hope. The sea was still treacherous, and their path uncertain. But within her burned a renewed strength of fierce, tempered flame ready to face whatever the toxic horizon dared to throw their way. The voyage was far from over, but Myra's resolve was clear. She would lead not as a tempest, but as the steady wind that carried Steelbone's found family toward whatever dawn awaited beyond the shifting scrap. And as the ship creaked gently beneath her feet, she vowed silently that this time she would not falter. The sea could rage all it wanted, so could she, but the journey ahead held secrets yet to be revealed, and shadows lurking just beyond the horizon. Myra's newfound balance was a beacon, but would it be enough to guide them through the coming storm? Only time would tell, and the toxic sea was patient in its waiting. The flickering hollow screen cast a pale light across his slender face, highlighting the cracked glasses perched precariously on his nose. His fingers traced the glowing lines of the artifact's schematics, worn and fragmented, like the city of Steelbone itself. Hours had passed in silence, except for the soft hum of failing engines and the distant creak of shifting scrap, beneath the toxic sea's oppressive shroud. Joran's mind worked tirelessly, piecing together symbols and codes from a language long lost to the world. Each fragment of knowledge brought him closer to understanding the artifact's true nature, key not just to survival but to the balance of the sea itself. Outside, the city's muted bustle continued. Kael's crew moved through their routines, weighed down by the uncertainty of their journey yet bound by a shared hope. Lena's gentle footsteps approached, and she paused at the cabin's threshold, her sun-kissed skin glowing softly in the dim light. "Anything new?" she asked, her voice a soothing balm against the cold tension. Joran looked up, eyes shining with the spark of discovery. "More than new," he replied, voice steady but charged with excitement. "This artifact, it's not just a relic. It's connected to the sea's balance, its power, its dangers, and it holds the key to understanding the Warden's fall." Kael appeared behind Lena, his lean frame silhouetted by the cabin's weak light. His sharp eyes locked onto the schematics, absorbing every detail with the weight of a leader who carried more than just plans. He carried the fate of Steelbone. "Explain," Kael demanded, voice low but commanding. Joran took a deep breath and began. The artifact was created by the ancients to regulate the sea's toxic energy, a control mechanism to maintain balance. But it was lost, and with it, the harmony. The Warden was once a guardian of this balance, but something broke. Him loss, fear, obsession. He turned from protector to tyrant, using mechanical beasts to enforce his will and keep outsiders away. Lena's brow furrowed, the weight of the revelation pressing down. "So the Warden's power is tied to the artifact's absence?" "Exactly," Joran nodded. "If we retrieve it, we can restore balance, not just save Steelbone, but prevent further destruction. But it won't be easy. The Warden won't let us take it without a fight." The room fell silent, the gravity of their mission crystallizing in the stale air. Outside, the toxic sea rumbled, a reminder of the hostile world waiting beyond their fragile sanctuary. Joran's fingers hovered over the schematics again, determination hardening his features. "We have to understand every detail, every mechanism. It's the only way to stand a chance." Kael rested a hand on Joran's shoulder, a rare gesture of trust. "You've done well, Joran. Your knowledge is our light in this darkness." Lena smiled softly, her optimism a quiet anchor. "Together, we can face whatever comes." This discovery is hope. As the crew gathered around, listening to Joran's findings, a tentative warmth spread through the cabin. In a world adrift on toxic waves and mechanical monsters, knowledge was their strongest weapon. And with it, Their fierce determination to survive burned brighter than ever. But even as hope blossomed, shadows lingered. The Warden's reach was long, and the deeper truths Joran uncovered hinted at sacrifices yet to come. The artifact was more than a key, it was a promise, a burden, and a challenge that would test the very soul of Steelbone's found family. Joran adjusted his cracked glasses once more, the weight of history pressing heavy yet inspiring. "We're ready," he said quietly. "Let's bring the future back from the depths." Outside, the toxic sea whispered secrets beneath a bruised sky, its endless expanse both a threat and a canvas for their courage. The voyage was far from over, it had only just begun. And so, with hearts steeled and minds sharpened, the crew of Steelbone prepared to sail deeper into the unknown. Guided by the light of discovery and the unyielding hope that no matter the darkness, they would find a way through. Kael crouched near the heart of the failing machinery, his hands working with practiced precision despite the fatigue that weighed heavily on his limbs. The metallic scent of oil and rust mingled with the acrid temps of the toxic sea air that seeped through every crack in Steelbone's patchwork hull. Each turn of the wrench was deliberate, an attempt not just to mend the broken engine, but to hold together the fragile hope of a city adrift. His eyes, sharp yet shadowed with years of loss, traced the intricate network of pipes and cogs. A loose bolt threatened to undo everything, and with a steady breath he tightened it, the click echoing softly in the confined space. But as the hum of the machinery steadied, Kael's thoughts drifted to the faces of those he had failed, the family lost to the merciless storms, the voices silenced by his mistakes. The weight of command bore down on him, heavier than any scrap metal that formed the city's hull. Stepping out of the engine room, Kael's footsteps were muffled against the worn metal flooring. The common area buzzed quietly with the low murmurs of the crew, each member caught in their own private battle against despair and hope. Lena was there, tending to a minor injury on Tessa's arm, her hands moving with the gentle confidence of someone who healed not just wounds of flesh, but of spirit. As Kael approached, the soft scent of herbs wrapped around him, a balm to the relentless storm inside. Without a word, Lena met his gaze and offered a small, understanding smile. It was an invitation, a lifeline thrown across the chasm of Kael's solitude. Hesitation flickered in his eyes before he allowed himself to sit beside her, the tight armor of self-reliance cracking just enough to let a sliver of vulnerability seep through. "It's not just the engine's failing," Kael confessed quietly, voice rough from disuse. "It's me. I carry too much, too many ghosts." Lena nodded, her fingers brushing lightly over his knuckles. "You don't have to carry it all alone. We're here. We're your family now." The words hung in the air, fragile and precious. For a moment, the relentless toxic sea outside seemed to recede, replaced by the warmth of shared burdens and mutual trust. But the path to vulnerability was not smooth. Later, when the crew gathered to discuss their next move, tensions flared. Myra's fiery temper ignited as she challenged Kael's cautious approach. "You can't keep shutting us out," she snapped, arms crossed tightly. "We're risking our lives, and you act like you're the only one who knows what's best. Trust us, Kael. Let us in." Kael's jaw tightened, the stubbornness that had long been both his shield and his prison rising to the surface. "I lead because I have to. If I falter, we all fall. But you're not alone," Myra retorted, her voice softer now, but no less fierce. "We're your crew, your family. You have to let us share the burden." The exchange left the room charged but opened a crack in Kael's defenses. Later, as Joran presented his latest findings, ancient schematics hinting at new possibilities for the artifact, Kael found himself listening with a new kind of attention. The quiet confidence in Jorin's voice was a balm to the captain's weary soul. "We're stronger together," Kael finally admitted, the words tasting strange yet liberating. "I've been holding on too tight, afraid to trust, but I can't do this alone." The crew exchanged glances, a collective breath held and released in unison. The journey ahead was perilous, the toxic sea was unforgiving, and the warden's shadow loomed large. But with Kael beginning to share his burdens, the crew stood a chance of facing the coming storm not as isolated survivors, but as a united family. Night deepened over Steelbone, and as the city creaked and groaned against the endless sea, Kael sat once more beneath the stars, this time with Mira and Lena by his side. The distant howl of mechanical beasts echoed over the waves, a grim reminder of the threats yet to come. But beneath the weight of past failures and present fears, a fragile hope took root. Together they would endure, together they would fight, together they would survive. And in the quiet moments between battles, Kael dared to believe that redemption was still possible. The engines of Steelbone groaned anew, a tentative heartbeat in the vast expanse of the toxic sea. But in the heart of the floating city, a captain's burden was beginning to lighten. The journey was far from over, and the shadows still held many dangers. Yet for the first time in a long while, Kael felt the stirrings of something he had long forgotten: trust. The voyage ahead would test them all, but with his crew at his side, Kael was ready to face whatever the endless sea might throw their way. And as the night deepened, the city of scrap and steel held fast, its legacy entwined with the fierce, bittersweet determination of those who called it home. "Tomorrow," Kael whispered to the dark, "we face the storm together." The sea waited, endless and unforgiving, but so did they. And that was enough for now. A soft amber light flickered from a cluster of oil lamps, casting long shadows that danced like ghosts. Lena moved with practiced grace, her fingers gentle but sure as she tended to the wounded. The scent of crushed sage and mint filled the cramped space, mingling with the faint metallic temps of blood. She knelt beside Jorin, whose pale face was etched with fatigue and a fresh gash along his forearm. "Hold still," Lena murmured, her voice a soothing balm amid the sterile discomfort. She carefully cleaned the wound with a cloth dampened in distilled water, then applied a poultice made from crushed nettles and willow bark. "This will help with the pain and prevent infection." Jorin winced, but offered a grateful nod. "Thank you, Lena." She smiled softly, brushing a stray lock of hair from his forehead. "You're doing well, we all are." Outside the infirmary, the ship groaned under the weight of the toxic sea's relentless waves. The crew's recent battle with the warden's mechanical beasts had left scars, some visible, others hidden deep within their weary spirits. Lena knew that healing flesh was only part of her task. Mending the fragile bonds that held this found family together was equally vital. Kael entered quietly, his silhouette framed by the doorway's dim light. His dark eyes, sharp and alert even in weariness, flickered with a storm of suppressed emotions. Lena watched as the captain's usual stoicism faltered, a flicker of vulnerability crossing his weathered face. "You should rest," she said gently, stepping forward to offer support. Kael shook his head, a shadow of guilt tightening his jaw. "There's no time, not while the city's fate hangs in the balance." Lena placed a steady hand on his arm. "Even the strongest need care, Kael. You don't have to bear this alone." For a moment, the captain's defenses cracked, and a weary sigh escaped him. "I'm afraid if I let go, everything will slip away." "That's why you need us," Lena replied, her voice firm yet kind. "We're your crew, your family." Mira stormed in then, fiery red hair wild from her latest skirmish. Her green eyes blazed with frustration and exhaustion, but they softened the moment they met Lena's warm gaze. "They're asking for reinforcements again," Myra said breathlessly, pacing the narrow floor. "We can't keep running on scraps and bruises." Lena's smile was unwavering. "Then we'll keep healing, keep fighting." Together Grav appeared at the door, his broad shoulders silhouetted against the toxic twilight beyond. "We've got work to do," he grunted, but even his gruff voice carried a note of reassurance. The room seemed to pulse with renewed energy, a fragile flame of hope flickering against the endless dark sea outside. Lena's hands moved again, tending wounds, offering comfort, weaving the invisible threads that bound the crew in unity. Hours passed, marked by whispered confidences and quiet laughter amidst the groans of pain. Stories of lost homes and dreams shared around makeshift beds, knitting the crew into something more than survivors, found family forged in fire and desperation. When dawn's first sickly light seeped through the tattered curtains, Lena stood by the infirmary's entrance, her satchel of herbs slung over one shoulder. The sea beyond rumbled with indifferent menace, but inside, a fragile sanctuary had been preserved. The wounds she'd healed were not just physical. They were the fragile hope that would carry them through the trials yet to come. Kael approached, his gaze steady. "Thank you, Lena, for everything." She nodded, a quiet promise in her eyes. "We all have a part to play, and we survive because we don't face this alone." As the sun rose over Steelbone's drifting scrap city, the crew gathered strength, not only from the artifact they sought, but from the healing touch of one who nurtured their battered bodies and spirits. Amid the endless toxic sea, Lena's care was a Bikana reminder that even in desolation, hope could flourish. Yet outside, the distant clank of mechanical beasts and the shadow of the warden loomed ever closer. The voyage was far from over, and Lena knew the hardest trial still awaited. But with the crew mended and united, the flicker of resilience burned brighter than ever. The chapter closed as Lena prepared a new batch of remedies, her thoughts already racing ahead to the dangers on the horizon. In this fragile moment of calm, the found family stood poised to face whatever came next together. Around him, the sounds of Steelbone's failing engines groaned a mournful song, but Grav's focus was absolute. Each bolt he tightened, each wire he reconnected was a promise etched in sweat and glitter, promise to protect the fragile found family that depended on him. Kael's footsteps echoed softly behind him, a quiet presence that Grav welcomed. "How's she looking?" Kael's voice was low, edged with the weight of their shared burden. "Good enough to sing death to those metal nightmares," Grav replied, his gravelly tone carrying a rare spark of confidence. "But we need to be ready. They're getting bolder, and the warden's beasts won't wait for us to be perfect." Mira appeared at the doorway, her fiery hair aflame against the dim light. "I've been scouting the east perimeter. Saw a pack of the warden's hunters moving in. They're hunting smarter, using the ruins as cover. If we don't hold the line, Steelbone's days are numbered." Grav nodded, standing to his full imposing height. "Then we hold it, with fire and steel. Lena's got the med supplies ready, and we've got traps laid in the usual choke points." The crew gathered quickly as the toxic green clouds overhead deepened into a storm's promise. Grav took command with a voice that brooked no argument, setting the crew's defensive positions with a pragmatism born of countless battles. The pulse cannon hummed to life, its heavy barrel glowing faintly as Grav tested the charge. The first mechanical beast emerged from the Meester, hulking monstrosity of rusted limbs and glowing, malevolent optics. Grav's pulse cannon roared, a thunderous blast that shattered metal and sent sparks flying. The beast staggered, But more were coming, their screeches and clanking steps rising in a cacophony of death. Amid the chaos, Grav's booming orders cut through the din. Hold the line. Mira, flank left. Kael, cover the rear. Lena, ready the medkits. The battle was brutal and relentless. Grav's expertise shone as he anticipated the beast's movements, deploying heavy weapons with surgical precision. The crew's unity under his leadership was palpable. Despite the fear and exhaustion, they fought with desperate hope. When the last mechanical beast collapsed into a heap of sparking wreckage, the silence that followed was heavy, broken only by the ragged breaths of survivors. Grav wiped grime from his scarred face, feeling the sting of a fresh wound. Lena was already by his side, her gentle hands applying bomb with practiced care. "You took quite a hit," she murmured, concern softening her usual optimism. "Nothing I can't handle," Grav grunted, a rare smile flickering. "But thanks for keeping me in one piece." Later, in the cramped engine room, Grav and Kael pored over damaged schematics and salvaged beast components. The flickering light cast long shadows as they debated tactics and repairs. "We can't keep fighting like this," Kael said, frustration evident. "We need a longer-term solution." Grav's eyes gleamed with determination. "Then we build one. We learn their weaknesses, exploit their flaws. We turn their own metal against them." In that moment, the unspoken bond between them cemented the shared resolve to protect Steelbone at any cost. As the toxic sea churned beyond the scrap walls, the crew's found family stood a little stronger. Their hope forged anew in the fire of Grav's strength and steadfast loyalty. And yet, as the storm clouds gathered once more, a silent question lingered in the air. How much more could they endure before the sea and the Warden claimed them all? The battle was won, but the war for Steelbone's survival was far from over. Tess stood at the navigation console, the cold metal cold against her palms, her breath coming in shallow, controlled bursts. Outside the viewport, the toxic storm churned with a relentless fury, swirling clouds of noxious green and grey twisting like monstrous serpents against the fragile silhouette of the floating city. The acrid scent of chemical decay assaulted her senses, mingling with the metallic tents of the scrap that composed their home. It was Tessa's moment, the trial she had awaited since joining the crew. Mira's voice cut sharply through the howl of the wind, steadying and fierce. "Tess, the storm's shifting east. Adjust course, 20 degrees starboard. Steady." Tess nodded, heart pounding with the weight of responsibility. Her fingers danced across the controls, recalibrating sensors and adjusting the city's rudder. Every decision mattered. One wrong move could send them spiraling into the toxic depths below. The city groaned under the assault. Steelbone's patchwork hull creaked and strained, bolts rattling loose, and loose scraps clattered like thunder on the upper decks. The mechanical beasts that usually patrolled the outskirts had vanished. Even they feared the tempest. Yet the storm was not the only enemy. The crew's fragile trust was tested as tensions simmered beneath the surface. Inside the engine room, Kael and Grav fought a different battle. Sparks flew as Grav tightened a brace on the weakened hydraulic systems, sweat mixing with grime on his scarred face. "We're holding, but just barely," Grav muttered, voice low and grim. Kael's eyes flicked to the monitors, then back to the battered machinery. "Keep at it. Every second counts." Meanwhile, Lena moved through the cramped quarters like a calming breeze. Her fingers brushed over a young crew member's bruised arm, her soft voice weaving hope into the heavy air. "We're stronger than this storm. We have to be. Back on deck, Myra's fiery hair was plastered to her face, eyes sharp as she coordinated the crew's efforts. Her respect for Tess was clear, though she masked it behind a strict demeanor. You've got this, Tess. Don't let the storm see you falter. The hours dragged on. Lightning cracked the sky, illuminating the floating city's patchwork metal in ghostly flashes. The toxic sea below hissed and bubbled, a constant reminder of the deadly abyss waiting should they fail. Tess's hands moved with growing surety, her earlier nerves replaced by a steely resolve. She recalled lessons Mira had drilled into her, reading the patterns of the toxic clouds, anticipating shifts in wind and pressure, trusting instinct sharpened by countless hours of observation. Each adjustment brought them closer to safety. Suddenly, a violent jolt rocked Steelbone, sending loose tools and scrap flying. Tess's heart leaped, but she held firm, countering the city's sway with precise commands. Hold steady, we're almost through. A final surge of effort from Kael and Grav reinforced the engines, the hum of power rising against the storm's rage. Then, as if the sea itself sighed in relief, the clouds began to thin, the toxic winds subsiding to a cautious whisper. Exhausted but triumphant, the crew gathered on the deck, faces streaked with grime and sweat. Mira clapped Tess on the shoulder, her sharp green eyes shining with approval. You earned your place today. No more doubts. Kael approached, his weathered face breaking into a rare, approving smile. You have the crew's trust now, Tess. We'll need it all going forward. Lena offered a gentle smile, her presence a soothing balm. And remember, we're all here for each other. No one faces the storm alone. As the city drifted beyond the last remnants of the tempest, the crew's unity felt stronger. Their found family forged anew in the crucible of survival. Yet Tess knew this was only the beginning. Greater challenges awaited beyond the horizon, and the storm within and without had only just begun to stir. The night stretched on, silent but for the steady rhythm of Steelbone's engines and the quiet murmur of a crew ready to face whatever the toxic sea would throw at them next. Tess stood at the prow, eyes fixed on the distant dark waters, her heart steady with fierce, bittersweet determination. Whatever comes, she whispered to the wind, we survive, together. And with that vow, the floating city sailed onward into the unknown. Old Marek, the venerable historian of Steelbone, settled into his worn seat, the creak of wood a quiet herald of the tales to come. His gnarled hands clasped a battered leather-bound book, the pages yellowed and brittle, a relic of a time before the city had even begun its drift on the toxic sea. Listen well, Marek began, his voice a low rumble that carried the weight of years and storms weathered. This sea, this endless, churning wasteland was not always so merciless. There were days when the waters sparkled beneath twin suns, when cities rose tall and proud on solid ground, their engines humming with promise. But greed, pride, and folly brought ruin. Mechanical beasts, once tools of progress, turned hunters in the night, tearing through flesh and steel alike. The crew hung on his every word, the flickering light illuminating the lines of worry and hope alike. Kael sat forward, his sharp eyes reflecting the flickering flames, his mind racing through memories of loss and the burden of command. Mira's fiery gaze softened, her usual defiance yielding to the gravity of history. Joran, clutching a worn schematic, traced the faded lines as Merrick weaved his narrative, the ancient tech interlaced with myth and warning. The Warden, Merrick continued, was once a guardian, charged with maintaining the balance between man and machine, sea and sky. But loss twisted his heart, and he became a tyrant, commanding legions of mechanical beasts to enforce his will. His shadow stretches far, and his knowledge of the artifact is both a threat and a key. A hush fell, broken only by the distant murmur of the toxic sea lapping against Steelbone's patchwork hull. Lena's gentle hands moved with practiced care as she tended to Myra's scraped arm. The soft hiss of herbal salves mixing with the low hum of Marek's voice. The room, though small and worn, felt like a sanctuary of fragile haven where stories and scars were shared in equal measure. Joran's fingers trembled slightly as he connected Marek's tales to the cryptic diagrams he had uncovered. "This artifact," he whispered, "it's not just a tool or a relic. It's a piece of the sea's lost balance, a hope that we can restore what was broken. But to wield it, we must understand the past and face the dangers that still guard it." Kael nodded slowly, the weight of leadership pressing heavier with each revelation. "We carry their legacy now," he said quietly, "and the fate of Steelbone depends on us seeing it through." Outside, the toxic sea roared, an eternal reminder of the peril that surrounded them. Yet within the fragile walls of their floating refuge, the crew found strength in shared history. In the stories that bound them to a past they could neither forget nor escape. As Marek's voice trailed into silence, the room held a collective breath, poised on the edge of a new dawn forged in courage, unity, and the fierce, bittersweet determination to survive. Even as shadows lengthened and the sea whispered its ancient secrets, the crew of Steelbone felt the stirring of hope. Old Marek's tales had not only illuminated the past, but had ignited a fire within them, a fire to reclaim their future from the wreckage of history, to face the Warden's wrath, and to protect the fragile heart of their drifting city. The night deepened, but so did their resolve. For in the stories of old, they found the strength to navigate the storm ahead, and in the bonds forged by shared trials, they discovered a family not born of blood, but of survival and unyielding hope. And as the lamp's glow dimmed against the encroaching darkness, one question lingered in the air, unspoken but ever present. What sacrifices must they make to keep the light alive? The answers lay beyond the horizon, where the sea waited vast, merciless, and full of whispers. The voyage was far from over. As the scavenger vessel eased into the dock, the familiar scent of rust and burning oil filled the air, mingling with the faint acrid temps of the sea's poison. Kael stood at the prow, eyes scanning the labyrinth of scrap towers and makeshift stalls where merchants hawked their wares to desperate buyers. Tonight, they sought not just parts, but secrets, the kind that could tip the precarious scales of their survival. Silver was waiting, a silhouette framed by the glow of a sputtering sign advertising rare finds and salvage. Her figure was lean yet purposeful, cloaked in layered dark fabrics that concealed more than just her identity. Pockets bulged with curious trinkets, scavenged relics, and bits of machinery that caught the dim light. Her eyes, sharp and calculating, scanned the crew as they disembarked, a faint, knowing smile tugging at the corners of her lips. "Kael," she greeted, voice smooth yet edged with the coldness of a blade. "I hear you're chasing ghosts beyond the forbidden waters." Kael's jaw tightened. "And you have what we need." Silver gestured to a nearby metal table cluttered with an assortment of parts, shimmering coils, fractured circuit boards, and strange mechanical components that hummed faintly with latent power. "I have what you need, yes, but nothing comes free in these waters." Myra stepped forward, fiery eyes narrowing. "What's your price, Silver? We don't have time for games." The merchant's smile deepened, enigmatic and unsettling. "Information is currency, and trust even more so. I can give you the parts to keep your ship running and the knowledge to navigate the dead zones. But in return, I need a favor, something you can't refuse once you hear it." Kael exchanged a glance with his second-in-command. The crew's unspoken question hung heavy in the air. Could they risk the unknown for survival? Joran knelt beside the table, his fingers tracing the delicate engravings on a small artifact Silva had produced from her satchel. The object's intricate gears whispered of ancient technology, the kind that might unlock secrets no one else dared to touch. This could be tied to the artifact we seek. Joran murmured, eyes wide behind cracked lenses. If Silva's intel is accurate, it might reveal the artifact's true purpose. Lena, ever the calming presence, stepped forward to tend to a shallow cut on Kael's hand, reminding everyone of the tangible costs of their quest. "We need to be careful," she said softly. "Trust is fragile here." Negotiations stretched into the night, the flickering neon casting long, uncertain shadows on weathered faces. Silva's terms were steep, and while her parts could mean the difference between life and death, the crew could not ignore the shadow of doubt she cast. Was she a friend or a foe, an ally or a trap? As the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, Silva gathered her wares and slipped away into the maze of scrap and steel, leaving behind a crew burdened with difficult choices. Their journey was far from over, and the cost of survival was proving higher than any of them had imagined. Kael stood on the deck, watching the horizon with a fierce, bittersweet determination. The bargain with Silva was made, but the path ahead was shrouded in uncertainty. Trust would be their greatest weapon and their deadliest liability. "We move at first light," Kael declared, voice steady despite the storm of doubts within. "Prepare yourselves. The sea isn't done testing us yet." And with that, the scavengers of Steelbone braced themselves for the next chapter of their voyage, where every choice could mean salvation or ruin. And the true nature of their enemy might still be hidden in the shifting shadows. The sea whispered its endless toxic secrets, and the city of scrap awaited their return, fragile but unbroken. The air was thick with the metallic temps of engine oil and stale air, punctuated only by the faint hum of the failing city behind them. "This recording," Joran whispered, his voice trembling slightly as he adjusted the cracked glass of his spectacles. "It's from before the Warden became what he is now." Kael leaned closer, the lines etched deep on his weathered face, softening for a moment. The flickering images showed a man younger and less menacing, clad not in the patchwork armor of tyranny but in a simpler uniform, standing on the shores of the toxic sea with a look of solemn duty. "He was a guardian once," Joran continued, voice thick with awe and sadness, "charged with protecting the balance of this sea, keeping the mechanical beasts and scavenger factions from tearing it apart." Kael's fingers tightened around the edge of the table, the weight of his own burdens pressing down on him. So what happened? The holoslate crackled, revealing flashes of a devastating storm, wrecked settlements, and the growing chaos that followed. The man they now called the Warden had lost everything: his family, his faith in humanity, and eventually his purpose. His descent into paranoia and control was laid bare, a tragic fall from protector to tyrant. He wasn't always the enemy, Joran reflected quietly. He became what he hated to stop a greater destruction. Kael closed his eyes briefly, memories of loss and guilt flooding him. It doesn't excuse what he's done, but it makes this fight harder. Up on deck, Mira's fiery hair whipped in the acrid wind as she stood sentinel, her sharp gaze fixed on the horizon where dark clouds churned with the promise of another toxic storm. The tale of the Warden's past stirred a storm inside her as well, a mix of anger at the man's tyranny and a reluctant pity for the broken soul beneath the armor. "He's still a threat," she muttered to herself, tightening her grip on her weapon. "But maybe there's more to this than just black and white." Back below, Lena moved quietly, her hands steady and warm as she applied a healing salve to the worn skin on Kael's forearm. The soft glow of the lantern cast gentle shadows across her sun-kissed face, her presence a balm to the captain's restless spirit. "You carry too much alone," she said softly, her voice a whisper amid the mechanical creaks of the ship. "Even the strongest need a hand sometimes." Kael looked up, meeting her steady eyes, the vulnerability he rarely showed flickering briefly before he masked it with resolve. "I'm learning," he admitted. Outside the ship, the warden stood silhouetted against the blood-red glow of his fortress, the patchwork armor of metal plates clinking softly with each measured step. His glowing red lenses scanned the toxic horizon, a sentinel of destruction born from loss and obsession. His shadow stretched long across the jagged scrap that formed the heart of his dominion, a constant reminder of the cost of fear and control. As the crew absorbed the weight of his story, a silent understanding passed among them. Their enemy was not a simple villain, but a man fractured by tragedy, a mirror of the very fears that haunted their own hearts. The journey ahead was no longer just a battle for survival, which was a test of their courage to face not only the mechanical beasts and treacherous seas, but the complex shadows within themselves and their adversaries. Kael stood on the deck, the wind tugging at his worn coat as he gazed toward the distant fortress. "We'll have to be smarter than ever. More than just fighters, we need to be understanding, even if it costs us." Mira stepped beside him, her fierce green eyes burning with renewed determination. "Then let's make sure we're ready for whatever comes." The toxic sea churned beneath them, endless and unforgiving, but within the crew stirred a fierce, bittersweet determination to press on. The warden's shadow loomed large, but so did the hope that even in darkness, survival and, perhaps, redemption was possible. Their voyage was far from over. In fact, it was about to enter its most perilous and revealing chapter yet. Kael stood rigid, his lean frame tense, eyes sharp beneath furrowed brows as he faced the figure seated opposite him, shadows playing over the worn lines etched into his weathered face. The dim light from a flickering bulb cast a sickly yellow hue over the cramped space, illuminating the scattered tools and scraps of machinery that littered the room, symbols of their desperate fight for survival. "You lied to us," Kael said quietly, voice low but cutting through the silence like a blade. "You've endangered all of us, all of Steelbone." The accused crew member, a familiar face once trusted without question, avoided Kael's piercing gaze. Sweat beaded on their brow despite the coolness of the metal walls, hands clenched into fists that trembled with a mixture of fear and defiance. "I did what I had to," the voice cracked, barely above a whisper. "You don't understand what it means out there. The warden's reach is longer than you think." Mira's fiery red hair was a stark contrast to the cold metal as she burst into the cabin, her green eyes blazing with fury. "Enough," she snapped, voice sharp as a blade. "We can't afford traitors in our midst. If you wanted to protect us, why keep this secret?" Her words hung in the air, charged with accusation and heartbreak. The room seemed to shrink, breaths catching as the crew wrestled with the crushing weight of betrayal. Joran remained in the shadows, his slender frame hunched over, cracked glasses reflecting the dim light as he struggled to reconcile the fractures in their fragile family. His quiet voice broke the silence, hesitant yet resolute. "Trust is the only thing that keeps us alive out there. If we lose it, what are we?" Lena moved swiftly among them, her soft features and sun-kissed skin a balm against the harshness of the moment. She laid a gentle hand on the betrayer's shoulder, then on Kael's arm, her voice steady and warm. "Pain cuts deep, but it can also heal. We must decide whether to let this wound fester or bind us closer together. Grab's scarred face was set in a grim expression, his broad shoulders rigid with the weight of the revelation. We've faced worse dangers than this, but none cut so close. If we fracture now, the warden wins without lifting a finger. The toxic sea roared beyond the vessel's hull, a constant reminder of the peril that awaited them. Yet it was the storm within their own ranks that threatened to sink them first. Kael's mind raced, memories of past losses flashing unbidden, the family he had failed, the promise he'd made to protect this new one. His trust issues, his stubbornness to bear the burden alone, now threatened to shatter everything he had fought to build. "We'll not let this break us," Kael declared, voice stronger now, tempered with the bitter knowledge of what was at stake. "But we must be honest, and we must be united. If anyone else harbors secrets, now is the time to speak." The crew exchanged glances, the fragile threads of their found family strained but not yet severed. Tess, the young scout, stepped forward, her agile frame silhouetted against the faint light filtering through the porthole. "We survive because we trust each other," she said quietly, determination hardening her youthful features. "We can't let fear drive us apart." Mira exhaled sharply, the fire in her eyes dimming to a flicker of reluctant acceptance. "I'll watch the shadows. No one slips through on my watch." Joran nodded, pushing himself from the shadows. "And I'll keep searching for answers. About the artifact, about the warden, and about us." Lena offered a small, hopeful smile. "We're battered but not broken. Let's heal together." Outside, the endless toxic sea churned, indifferent to the struggles of the floating scrap city and its desperate crew. Inside, the echoes of betrayal still reverberated, but so too did the nascent sparks of resilience. Kael's gaze hardened, resolve stealing within him. The journey ahead was more perilous than ever. Not only would they face the wardens, mechanical beasts, and the sea's deadly embrace, but also the scars left by one of their own. The cost of survival was steep, and the bonds of found family fragile. Yet, in this crucible of despair, hope still flickered like a stubborn ember, waiting to blaze anew. The chapter closed on a tense note, the crew standing at a crossroads where trust and betrayal collided, their fate hanging precariously in the balance. The question remained, could they overcome the fractures within and unite against the darkness looming beyond the horizon? Or would the shadows of betrayal drag them into the abyss first? The sea whispered its endless secrets, and Steelbone's legacy teetered on the edge of ruin and redemption. Kael's gaze was unwavering, fixed on the eerie blue-green glow of the bioluminescent algae that painted the shattered wreckage in ghostly hues. Around him, the remnants of the sunken vessel creaked and groaned as the toxic sea's pressure pushed against its fragile frame. The artifact lay secured in a reinforced crate nearby, its ancient metal humming faintly with latent power. His breath came slow and steady, though every muscle screamed in protest. The weight of the decision pressed heavily on his shoulders, the choice to stay behind, to become the bait that would lure the Warden's forces away from the crew's escape route. It was a sacrifice born not from recklessness, but from a hard-earned understanding of leadership. Kael knew that if the crew were to live, if Steelbone was to survive, someone had to hold the line. Deep within the bowels of the wreck, Myra's voice crackled through the cums. "Kael, are you sure about this? We can't do this without you." His voice was steady, laced with quiet conviction. "There's no other way. Get the artifact out. I'll keep them busy." The crew moved with practiced urgency. Joran adjusted the vessel's thrusters, his fingers dancing over worn controls, deciphering the ancient schematics that had guided them thus far. Lena's hands were gentle but sure as she patched up Grab's wounds, a deep gash across his shoulder from a recent skirmish with a mechanical beast. Her soothing words were a balm, steadying the nerves that threatened to unravel beneath the pressure. Outside, Kael set to work. He scavenged from the wreck's scattered debris, wires, scrap metal, volatile fuel cells, fashioning crude but effective explosive traps and noisemakers designed to confuse and fragment the enemy's advance. Each placement was deliberate, every spark of ignition a calculated risk. Sweat mingled with grime as he toiled, the faint hum of the artifact a reminder of what was at stake. As the first of the mechanical beasts rounded the corner, their glowing red lenses piercing the murky water, Kael's heart pounded fiercely. The beast's metallic limbs clanked against rusted hulls, their movements a chilling blend of precision and relentless aggression. With a deep breath, Kael triggered the first trap, the explosion rippling through the water like a thunderclap, scattering the beasts and buying precious moments. Back on the vessel, Myra's eyes never left the monitors, tracking Kael's progress through the flickering feed. Her fiery red hair clung damply to her forehead, but her green eyes burned with fierce determination. "We're almost clear," she announced, voice tight but resolute. Joran nodded, fingers flying over controls as the vessel surged forward, breaking free from the wreck's grasp. Lena's gaze flicked toward the viewport, catching a glimpse of Kael's silhouette, a lone figure standing steadfast against the advancing horde. Tears welled unbidden, mixing with the salt spray on her cheeks. She swallowed hard, her voice barely above a whisper. "Come back to us, Kael." The wreck trembled violently as Kael set off the final series of charges. The explosions illuminated the dark waters in jagged bursts of orange and white, sending shockwaves that scattered the mechanical beasts in disarray. The wreck began to collapse, a tumbling cascade of twisted metal and shattered glass. Kael's last sight was the fading outline of the cruise vessel as it slipped beyond the horizon of the toxic sea, carrying with it the hope of Steelbone's salvation. His heart ached with a bittersweet blend of sorrow and fierce pride. The cost was high, but the mission was no longer a solitary burden. It was a shared legacy forged in sacrifice. As the water closed over him, muffling the distant echoes of battle, Kael found solace in the knowledge that his crew would live on, bound not only by blood and loss, but by the unbreakable ties of found family. The toxic sea was vast and cruel, but within its endless expanse, the scattered survivors of Steelbone would carry forward the flickering flame of hope. And somewhere, beneath the waves, a captain's spirit endured, steadfast and unyielding. The vessel's engines hummed steadily as Myra leaned against the control panel, her breath still uneven from the harrowing escape. "He didn't have to do that," she murmured, voice thick with emotion. Joran, adjusting his cracked glasses, gave a small nod. "He chose to be the anchor so we could sail free." Lena joined them, her satchel of herbs momentarily forgotten. "We owe him everything. We have to make sure his sacrifice wasn't in vain." Grav, scarred and silent, stared out into the toxic horizon. "Steelbone's fate rests with us now. We carry the burden and the promise." Myra's eyes hardened with renewed resolve. "Then we fight. For Kael, for Steelbone." The sea stretched endlessly before them, a vast expanse of danger and uncertainty. But within the hearts of the crew, a fierce, bittersweet determination burned bright, a beacon against the darkness. Their voyage was far from over. As the chapter closes, the story lingers on the delicate balance between sacrifice and survival, leadership and trust, loss and hope, threads that will weave through the remaining journey of Steelbone's weary but unbroken crew. The metallic groans and creaking timbers of Steelbone's floating hull were drowned beneath the rising buzz of distant mechanical whirs, a sound that sent an immediate hush through Kael's crew. They had faced mechanical beasts before, but what approached now was different, faster, smarter, and more coordinated. Kael stood on the deck of their vessel, his weathered hands gripping the rusted railing as sharp eyes scanned the shifting mist. The first beast emerged like a spectre from the toxic haze, its joints grinding with unnatural precision, eyes glowing a malevolent red. It was followed swiftly by others, their forms sleek but deadly, gleaming metal limbs scraping the scrap beneath their feet. The acrid scent of burnt oil and heated metal filled the air, mingling with the ever-present stench of decay that clung to the sea. "Get to positions," Kael barked, his voice cutting through the rising panic. He moved with practiced efficiency, signaling Myra to lead the scouts in flanking maneuvers, while Grav readied heavy weapons rigged from scavenged parts. Lena moved among the crew, her satchel of herbs and medical supplies at the ready, eyes wide with concern but steady. Myra's fiery hair was a blur as she darted between twisted piles of scrap, her combat instincts honed by years of fighting alongside Kael. She struck without hesitation, disabling a beast's mechanical leg with a swift kick, sparks erupting from the fractured joint. Tess, Myra's protege, relayed signals with quick gestures and sharp calls, her youthful agility allowing her to navigate the chaos with ease. Joran crouched nearby, eyes scanning the beast's movements and recording patterns. "Their joints are more advanced," he muttered, "hydraulic systems integrated with reactive servos. We'll need to target the servo hubs to slow them down." Grav growled in agreement, hefting a heavy, makeshift hammer. "Leave that to me." The battle unfolded in a brutal dance of metal and flesh. Claws scraped, engines hissed, and the clang of improvised weapons echoed over the toxic sea's endless expanse. Kael's leadership was steady, his commands precise despite the chaos. Yet beneath his calm exterior, a storm of worry brewed. Every mechanical beast they defeated seemed to hint at a larger, more terrifying force at play, a force that was learning, adapting. Lena's hands were a blur, staunching bleeding wounds and murmuring words of comfort to the injured. Her presence was a balm to the frayed nerves of the crew, a reminder of the fragile humanity they fought to preserve. "Hold on," she urged one young scavenger, "we'll get through this, together." As the last of the mechanical beasts collapsed with a final, shuddering groan, the crew gathered, breaths ragged and bodies aching. The setting sun painted the toxic sea in shades of blood red and orange, a cruelly beautiful backdrop to their narrow victory. Kael wiped a smear of grease from his brow, eyes never leaving the horizon. "This was just a warning," he said quietly. "They're coming for us, harder and smarter. We need to be ready." Myra stepped beside him, her green eyes fierce but thoughtful. "Then we fight smarter too. No more reckless charges. We work as one." Joran nodded, adjusting his cracked glasses. "I'll keep studying their tech. There has to be a way to turn their own design against them." Grav cracked his knuckles, a grim smile breaking through his scarred face. "Let them come, we'll be waiting." Lena's voice was soft but resolute. "And we'll heal what's broken in our bodies and in our hearts." Their found family, battered but unbroken, stood united on the deck of their fragile vessel, the endless toxic sea stretching before them like a challenge. The mechanical menace was no longer just a threat. It was a call to arms, a crucible that would test their courage, their bonds, and their will to survive. As night fell, the eerie glow of distant mechanical eyes flickered through the fog, a reminder that the battle was far from over. But in that moment, amid the ruins and rust, hope kindled anew, fierce, determined, and unyielding. "Rest now," Kael said, voice low but carrying weight. "Tomorrow we fight again." And with that, the crew braced themselves for the trials ahead, ready to face the heart of the mechanical storm. The night deepened, wrapping Steelbone in a blanket of uneasy silence. Yet beneath the surface, the city's heartbeat thrummed with the promise of survival and the unbreakable ties of found family. Somewhere in the toxic sea, the warden's mechanical beasts stirred, waiting for the next move. But Kael and his crew had learned one thing. Survival was not just about strength, but about unity, trust, and the fierce will to endure against all odds. The mechanical menace was coming, and Steelbone would not fall without a fight. The horizon shimmered faintly, hinting at dangers yet unseen. The question lingered like the fading light. How long could they hold the line before the sea itself claimed them? The voyage was far from over. Joran sat hunched over a battered workbench, his slender fingers tracing the faded lines of an ancient schematic sprawled across the table. The dim flicker of a sputtering lantern cast long shadows across the cramped room, illuminating the contours of the fragile paper and the fine dust that clung to every surface. His cracked glasses caught the faint glow of a pulsating diagram embedded within the drawing, an intricate lattice of gears, conduits, and glowing nodes that seemed almost alive. Kael leaned against the bulkhead, arms crossed, eyes narrowed but attentive. Lena sat nearby, her sun-kissed skin illuminated softly by the lantern's light, fingers absently twining a strand of her hair as she watched Joran work. The silence between them was thick with anticipation, each heartbeat a drumbeat of hope and fear. This changes everything," Joran finally breathed, his voice barely above a whisper. He lifted his gaze, eyes shining with the weight of revelation. "The artifact isn't just a source of power. It's a regulator, a key to the balance of the toxic sea itself." Kael's brows furrowed deeply. "Balance? What do you mean?" Joran tapped a section of the schematic, and with a gentle push, a holographic projection shimmered to life above the table. The image flickered, coalescing into a three-dimensional map of the sea's currents, intertwined with mechanical nodes and energy flows. The artifact was designed to control the delicate equilibrium between the sea's toxicity and the life it supports. It manages the mechanical beasts, the circulation of toxins, even the currents that keep Steelbone afloat. Without it, the sea will spiral into chaos. Lena's voice was soft but steady. So the warden's obsession with it isn't just about power. It's about control over life and death in this world. Joran nodded, his fingers hovering over another part of the projection. Suddenly, the image shifted, revealing a figure, a tall, imposing man clad in patchwork armor, his glowing red lenses piercing the holographic gloom. The warden's visage flickered, morphing between a stern guardian and a tormented tyrant. "He was once the sea's protector," Joran explained, voice heavy with melancholy. "A guardian who kept the balance for generations. But after losing everything to the very chaos he sought to contain, his faith in humanity shattered. His heart twisted by grief and paranoia." Kael's jaw clenched. "So he became what we fight against." "Exactly," Joran said. "The artifact holds the power to restore the sea's balance, but in the wrong hands, it could bring ruin to Steelbone and everything we fight to protect." A heavy silence settled over the room as the weight of this knowledge sank in. Outside, The toxic sea churned relentlessly, waves of acidic green foam crashing against the city's patchwork hulls. The distant roar of mechanical beasts echoed faintly through the night, a haunting reminder of the stakes ahead. Lena reached out, placing a reassuring hand on Kael's arm. We have to succeed. For Steelbone, for everyone we care about. Kael looked down at her hand, then back at Joran's glowing schematics. Then we move forward. But armed with this truth, we can't afford mistakes. The Warden won't stop until he has the artifact. Neither can we. Joran's lips pressed into a thin line. We need to understand everything about the artifact, its mechanisms, vulnerabilities, and how to harness its power safely. It's the only way to protect Steelbone and prevent the Warden from plunging the sea into darkness. As the lantern's light flickered once more, the three of them bent over the ancient schematics, minds racing to piece together a fragile hope in the heart of a relentless storm. The secrets of the artifact had been unveiled, but the true test was still to come. Beyond the walls of their sanctuary, the endless toxic sea awaited, its waves whispering promises of peril and salvation alike. The balance of life and death, hope and despair, rested in their hands and in the heart of the artifact, now pulsing softly beneath their fingertips. The voyage into the depths of truth had only just begun, and with it, the fate of Steelbone hung ever more precariously in the balance. The endless, poisonous sea, a swirling canvas of rust and decay, stretched beyond the horizon, swallowing the sun's weak glow and leaving the city bathed in a sickly yellow haze. In the heart of this precarious sanctuary, the air was thick with the acrid smoke of burning oil and the sharp attempts of rusted metal corroding, faster than repairs could be made. Kael stood on the central engine platform, his lean frame silhouetted against the faltering machinery that was the city's beating heart. The dull roar of the engines was faltering, punctuated by unsettling groans and clanks that set his teeth on edge. His dark hair, streaked with premature grey, whipped in the bitter wind that sliced through the city's patchwork hulls. His sharp eyes scanned the sprawling tangle of pipes, wires, and scrap assembled into something that defied collapse for now. The engines are failing faster than we predicted. Grav's gruff voice broke the tense silence. The heavy weapons specialist and engineer was beside Kael, wiping sweat and grime from his scarred face. We're losing pressure in the main conduits. If we don't stabilize them soon, the whole city could go dark. Kael's jaw tightened. Then we don't have time to waste. Every moment we delay, the sea tightens its grip. Around them, the city creaked and shifted, metal plates buckling under the relentless assault of corrosive storms. The toxic sea hissed and spat at the city's edges, and somewhere far below, mechanical beasts prowled, their glowing red eyes watching, waiting. Inside the infirmary, Lena moved with steady purpose, her sun-kissed skin glowing softly beneath the dim glow of flickering lamps. The cramped room smelled of herbs and antiseptics, a fragile sanctuary amid the chaos. She tended a young crew member, pale and trembling from poisoning after a recent storm. "You're going to be all right," Lena whispered, her voice a soothing balm against the harshness outside. Her hands, gentle yet sure, worked swiftly to stem the toxins coursing through the boy's veins. "We'll get through this. We always do." The toll of the city's decline was written in every injury, every sickness that passed through her hands. Yet Lena's fierce optimism shone bright, a beacon in the encroaching darkness. Meanwhile, in the engine room, Mira and Grav worked side by side, their faces grim under the harsh light of sparking welding torches. The bitter chill of the toxic sea seeped through cracks, clashing with the heat of their work. If we lose that conduit, half the city's power shuts down, Grav muttered, sweat beating on his brow. Myra's fiery red hair was damp with grime, her piercing green eyes locked on the tangled mess of wires. Then we fix it. No excuses. We don't leave Steelbone to rot here. Their banter was tight, underscored by fear and fierce loyalty. The weight of their shared responsibility pressed heavy on their shoulders. Elsewhere, in the cramped quarters of the crew, Joran sat hunched over ancient schematics, the lines and symbols, a language he had devoted himself to deciphering. His cracked glasses reflected the flickering light of a dying lamp as he traced the faint outlines of an artifact rumored to hold the key to Steelbone's salvation. If this is right, Joran murmured, then the artifact isn't just a myth. It's a power source, maybe even capable of restoring balance to these waters. The quiet hope in his voice was a stark contrast to the storm of despair gathering beyond the city's fragile hull. The worsening condition of Steelbone was more than a backdrop. It was a living, breathing menace that tightened the noose around the crew's mission. Every faltering engine, every toxic storm, every creak and groan was a reminder that time was not on their side. Kael's gaze hardened. We leave at first light. We cannot wait for the city to die around us. Mira stepped forward, her voice low but fierce. And if we don't make it back, then Steelbone sinks, Kael replied, but not without a fight. The crew gathered around, each face etched with exhaustion, fear, and a stubborn spark of defiance. They were a found family forged in hardship, bound by a shared resolve to survive against all odds. The toxic winds howled as night fell over Steelbone, carrying with them the distant howls of mechanical beasts prowling the outskirts. The city trembled, but its heart still beat, and so did theirs. As the first pale light of dawn crept over the horizon, the crew readied themselves to sail into the unknown, the weight of their city's fate heavy on their shoulders. The voyage promised danger, sacrifice, and the faintest glimmer of hope. Kael took one last look at Steelbone, the city adrift but unbroken. For Steelbone, he whispered, and with that, they stepped into the uncertain future, where survival was the only certainty. The engines groaned beneath them, a symphony of metal and fire that resonated through the bones of the city. The toxic sea stretched endlessly, a grim mirror reflecting their desperation. Yet, in that twilight between ruin and hope, the crew of Steelbone found their purpose renewed, ready to face whatever darkness lay ahead. The journey to salvation had become a race against time itself, and failure was a luxury none could afford. Inside the cramped quarters and out on the deck, the hum of the failing engines was replaced for once by the gentle crackle of fire. It was an odd kind of warmth, this fire built from salvaged scraps and flammable bits of old tech. But it was enough to gather the crew together, to form a circle of closeness amid the endless expanse of toxic water. Kael sat close to the blaze, the flickering light dancing over the sharp angles of his weathered face. His usual stoicism softened as he glanced around at the faces illuminated by the firelight mirror. Restless and fiery, Joran with his thoughtful gaze, Lena's serene presence, Grav's steady bulk, and young Tess, eyes wide with a mixture of awe and determination. For a long moment, no one spoke. The distant roar of the toxic sea was a constant reminder of the dangers waiting just beyond their fragile refuge. Yet here, in this circle of light, those threats felt distant. Mira broke the silence with a teasing nudge toward Joran. Come on, bookworm, you owe us a story. Something to keep the night alive, yeah. Joran adjusted his cracked glasses, cheeks flushing slightly under the warmth of the fire and the eyes upon him. Well, he began, voice soft but steady. There's an old legend about the machines that once ruled these waters, giants of metal and steam, born from human hands, but far beyond human control. They say the artifact we seek is tied to their power, a key to restoring balance. The group leaned in, captivated by the blend of mystery and melancholy woven into Joran's tale. Myra's eyes gleamed with renewed purpose as she exchanged a glance with Kael, who nodded slowly, his mind already turning over the implications. After the story, Kael found himself compelled to share a piece of his own past, a rarity for the guarded captain. "I lost my family to the storms," he said quietly, voice rough with memory. "Those storms were worse than anything this sea can throw at us. I promised then, in the silence after the worst had passed, that I'd protect this city, this crew. We're all that's left." The crew listened in silence, the weight of Kael's words settling over them like a mantle. It was a rare moment of vulnerability from their leader, and it deepened the unspoken bonds that tied them together. Lena moved gently among them, her hands deft as she tended to a scrape on Tessa's arm and offered cups of bitter herbal tea brewed from the last of Steelbone's garden herbs. Her voice was soft and steady, a balm for both body and spirit. "We've all got wounds," she said, "but together we heal." Grav chuckled, the sound rough but affectionate. "Only you could make poison water taste like hope," he teased, earning a smile from Lena and a lightening of the mood. As the fire burned lower, the crew shared thoughts of home, of fears, and of dreams. In the face of relentless adversity, these moments of connection were their true salvation, knitting a found family out of lost souls. The toxic sea might rage beyond their fragile walls, but here, under the scant stars and the flickering firelight, hope was alive. Yet, as the night deepened and the fire sputtered, an unspoken question lingered in the air. How long could this fragile peace last before the sea demanded its due once more? The crew looked toward the horizon, each silently steeling themselves for the trials that awaited. Bound tighter than ever by the stories, the pain, and the fierce, bittersweet determination to survive. And so, with hearts heavier yet stronger, they settled into the night, knowing that tomorrow would bring new challenges, but also the strength of the bonds forged on this night. Bonds that might just be the key to Steelbone's salvation. The sea whispered its endless song, but within the circle of firelight, the crew's voices rose in quiet defiance, a testament to the enduring power of found family amid desolation. As the first light of dawn threatened the horizon, Kael's gaze hardened with resolve. The voyage was far from over, and the hardest trials yet awaited. But for now, they had each other, and that was enough to face the coming storm. The fire died down to embers, but the warmth it left behind would linger in their hearts as they prepared to sail deeper into the unknown. The night's stories, laughter, and shared hopes were not just fleeting comfort. They were the steel in their bones, the unbreakable core of Steelbone's legacy, and they would need every ounce of it. Steelbone's scavenger vessel, the Iron Wraith, creaked and groaned as it sliced through the sluggish waves of the toxic sea. The noxious water churned around them, bubbling with chemical effervescence and the faint hum of submerged machinery. Every breath was a reminder of the peril they faced, not just from the environment, but from what lurked beneath. Kael stood at the helm, his lean frame rigid despite the weariness etched deep into his weathered face. His dark hair, streaked prematurely with grey, fluttered in the acidic breeze. He squinted into the greenish fog that swallowed the horizon, searching for signs of the forbidden waters. An expanse whispered about in Steelbone's alleys, a place where few dared to tread. Here, the rules of survival were rewritten, and every mistake could mean the end. "We're close," Joran said softly from behind Kael, his cracked glasses catching the flicker of the dim lanterns hung along the deck. His pale fingers clutched a weathered map, worn at the edges but still legible. The currents matched the readings in the ancient schematics. Mira paced nearby, her fiery red hair a stark contrast against the muted colors of the ship. Her green eyes scanned the dense fog, sharp and alert. "Too close," she muttered, voice tight. "This sea wants to swallow us whole." Kael didn't reply immediately. He was lost in thought, fingers twitching as if already manipulating unseen gears. The memories of past losses his family lost to toxic storms, the weight of failed promises pressed on him like the heavy air around them. But he stood firm, the captain's resolve steeling him against the creeping dread. "Prepare for mechanical scouts," Grav's gruff voice interrupted the silence. The engineer stood near the weapon racks, his broad shoulders tense beneath his patched jacket. "They've been spotted beneath us." The crew snapped into action. Tess, young and nimble, darted to the crow's nest, her eyes sharp as a hawk's. Lena moved quietly among the crew, her satchel of herbs and medkits at the ready. The atmosphere buzzed with nervous energy, the kind born from facing death but refusing to yield. Suddenly, the water erupted. From the murky depths, mechanical beasts surfaced, hulking monstrosities pieced together from rusted scrap and glowing with ominous red lenses. Their limbs scraped the hull, their metallic joints creaking like the groan of a dying engine. The creatures circled, hunting, probing for weakness. Mira's voice cut through the tension. "Positions now." The crew scrambled to their stations. Kael's hands moved with practiced precision, firing warning shots that sparked against the beast's armor. Grav readied heavy weapons, while Joran monitored electronic signals, calling out patterns and weaknesses. Lena's calm presence steadied the crew's nerves, her voice a soothing undercurrent beneath the chaos. Despite the fear, a fierce determination blossomed. This was their home's salvation or its doom. The Iron Wraith danced through the toxic waves, dodging snapping jaws and spiked limbs. The crew's unity, fragile yet unbroken, became their shield. Later, in the cramped cabin lit by flickering lamps, Kael and Mira faced each other. The air was thick with unsaid fears and the weight of command. "We pushed too far," Mira said, frustration lacing her words. This could be the end. Kael's eyes met hers, sharp and unwavering. "If we don't push, there is no hope. Steelbone crumbles while we wait." A tense silence stretched between them, a clash of wills tempered by mutual respect. They both bore scars, visible and invisible, and both knew the stakes. Joran traced the route on the map again, his voice steady despite the tremor in his hands. "The artifact lies just beyond this stretch. We must trust each other to see this through." Lena placed a gentle hand on his shoulder, a silent pledge of support. As the Iron Wraith edged deeper into the forbidden waters, the toxic fog thickened. The mechanical beasts disappeared momentarily beneath the waves, but their menace lingered. The crew braced themselves, hearts pounding in unison. The journey was far from over. Amid the swirling mists and the ceaseless hum of the toxic sea, hope flickered like a fragile flame, refusing to be extinguished. The crew of the Iron Wraith stood together, a found family bound by survival and fierce determination. Whatever lay ahead, they would face it together. The city, a jigsaw of battered scrap and flickering lights, groaned softly beneath the weight of its own fragility. Somewhere deep within the labyrinth of metal and pipes, The engines coughed and sputtered, their failing heartbeat a reminder of the city's precarious existence. On the edge of this drifting world, Kael sat hunched over a worn piece of machinery, his eyes shadowed, hands stained with grease and blood. Lena approached quietly, her footsteps light against the creaking deck, a satchel of herbs slung over her shoulder. She knelt beside him, her fingers gentle as she wrapped a cloth around a fresh bruise on his knuckles. "You're pushing too hard," she murmured, her voice soft but firm. Kael looked up, meeting her steady gaze. "If I don't fix this, we all sink." His voice was rough, edged with exhaustion, but laced with an unyielding determination. Lena's eyes softened, reflecting the flickering light of the lamps that struggled to hold back the darkness. "You don't have to carry this alone," she said, her words a balm to the silent storm raging within him. The two sat in companionable silence, the distant hum of the sea a constant backdrop. Slowly, Lena began to speak of her past, the communal gardens where she had grown up, a place of life and color amidst the decay. Her voice wove stories of hope and healing, of hands that nurtured not only wounds but spirits. Kael listened, the sharp edges of his guarded heart beginning to soften. When it was his turn, he shared fragments of his own story, the storms that had stolen his family, the bitter guilt that had driven him into the shadows of leadership. For the first time in years, vulnerability passed between them like a fragile thread binding to wounded souls. As the night deepened, the pair moved to the city's edge, where the toxic sea stretched out beneath a sky bruised with the colors of a distant storm. The air was heavy with the scent of decay and metal, the horizon flickering with restless shadows. Kael's gaze was fixed on the churning waters, memories rising like ghostly waves. Lena stood beside him, her presence steady and reassuring. No words were needed. Their shared silence spoke volumes of loss, of survival, and of the fragile hope that still flickered within Steelbone's battered heart. Suddenly, a distant howl shattered the quiet, the unmistakable cry of mechanical beasts prowling the city's outskirts. The sound was a jarring reminder of the threats that lurked beyond their fragile sanctuary. Kael's jaw clenched, and Lena's hand found his shoulder. In that moment, their bond was a shield against the encroaching darkness, a testament to the fierce, bittersweet determination that defined their lives. "We'll face them together," Lena said firmly, the conviction in her voice echoing the unspoken promise between them. Kael nodded, the weight on his shoulders feeling a little lighter. Together, they turned back toward the heart of Steelbone, ready to fight for the city and the found family they had forged amidst the shifting scrap and endless sea. The echoes of loss lingered, yet within them stirred the seeds of renewal, a fragile but unbreakable hope that even in the face of desolation, survival was possible. And as the night held its breath, the two leaders stood united, their shared strength a beacon against the gathering storm. The hull, once a mighty vessel now claimed by rust and decay, lay half submerged, its silhouette a ghostly reminder of a lost age. Kael stood at the prow of their makeshift submersible, eyes narrowed against the filtered gloom, his lean frame rigid with focus. Around him, the murmurs of the crew mingled with the faint hum of the vessel's engines struggling to maintain position above the wreck. "Keep tight, stay sharp." Kael's voice broke the heavy silence, steady and commanding. Mira, fiery and alert, tightened her grip on her weapon, her piercing green eyes scanning the darkened waters. Joran adjusted his cracked glasses, clutching a waterproofed satchel filled with ancient schematics and tools, his pale face etched with a mixture of excitement and nerves. Lena moved calmly among them, the ever-present satchel of herbs and bandages slung over her shoulder. ready to heal the inevitable wounds this perilous dive would bring. Grav, broad-shouldered and scarred, checked the heavy weapons one last time, his gruff demeanor masking the tension knotting his muscles. The submersible's hatch hissed open, and the crew slipped into the murky water, swallowed instantly by the wreck's oppressive darkness. Shafts of sickly green light filtered through cracks in the hull, illuminating twisted metal and shattered bulkheads. The silence was profound, broken only by the distant creaks of the hull settling under pressure and the rhythmic pulse of their own breathing through regulators. Navigating the wreck's labyrinthine corridors demanded every ounce of their skill and courage. Jorin led with lantern in hand, illuminating faded inscriptions and rusted control panels. His fingers traced ancient symbols etched deep into corroded steel, his voice hushed as he shared his discoveries. This vessel was part of the old fleet. The artifact it carried was said to control the balance of the toxic sea itself. If we find it, we might restore more than just Steelbone's engines. Kael's gaze darkened, shadows of past losses flickering behind his eyes. We don't get second chances. Whatever awaits us, we face it together. The deeper they ventured, the more oppressive the air grew, with the scent of rust and decay, the weight of forgotten history pressing in on them. Suddenly, a low mechanical hum vibrated through the corridor, growing louder until the sound coalesced into a terrifying roar. From the shadows emerged a spider-like mechanical guardian, its metallic legs scraping the rusted floor with deadly precision, eyes glowing an ominous red. "Ambush," Mira shouted, drawing her weapon with practiced speed. The crew scattered, taking defensive positions amid the wreck's twisted steel. Lena moved swiftly, her voice steady as she called out, "Kael, cover the left flank. Grav, hold the rear." The battle was fierce and chaotic. Sparks flew as metal clashed with metal, the Guardian's claws slicing through the air with lethal intent. Grav's heavy weaponry roared to life, hurling explosive rounds that rocked the wreck's fragile structure. Jorin darted between cover, deploying improvised EMP devices designed to disrupt the beast's circuits. Myra's tactical mind shone through the chaos, directing the crew with sharp commands and unyielding resolve. Minutes stretched into an eternity before the mechanical guardian collapsed, its systems failing amidst the crew's relentless assault. Breathing heavily, the scavengers regrouped, wounds tended and weapons readied. Ahead lay the sealed chamber housing the artifact. The faint glow emanating from within promised salvation, but also new mysteries. Jorin stepped forward, his hands steady despite exhaustion. This is only the beginning. The artifact's power is tied to the very essence of this sea. If we can unlock its secrets, we can save Steelbone. Kael's eyes met those of each crew member, a fierce determination burning bright. Then we take it. For our city, for our family. As they prepared to breach the chamber's defenses, the wreck groaned ominously, the sea pressing in from all sides. The journey had tested them beyond measure, but the true trial was still to come. Their fate and that of Steelbone rested on what lay beyond the next door. With a final nod, Kael reached out to activate the ancient controls. The chamber slowly creaking open to reveal the artifact's enigmatic core, pulsating with an eerie light. The crew held their breath, the weight of hope and peril heavy upon their shoulders. And in that moment, the toxic sea outside seemed to hold its breath as well. Steelbone's battered vessel creaked and groaned as it drifted closer to a looming silhouette on the horizon, a rusted barge, pieced together from scrap and adorned with tattered flags that fluttered weakly in the foul wind. The barge was a beacon amidst the desolation, a sign that other souls still dared to navigate the treacherous, toxic waters beyond the city's fragile safety. Kael stood at the prow, his sharp eyes scanning the approaching vessel. The air was thick with the acrid stench of rust and chemical decay, the sea beneath swirling with ominous currents that threatened to pull them under. Beside him, Myra's fiery red hair whipped wildly as she clenched her fists, her piercing green eyes burning with suspicion. Joran remained close to the engine room hatch, nervously adjusting the cracked glasses perched on his slender nose, while Lena moved among the crew, her satchel of herbs and supplies a small comfort against the unknown. Grav, ever watchful, tightened the straps on his heavy weaponry, muscles tensed like a predator ready to spring. The barge drew near, its patchwork hull creaking and groaning, metal plates rattling against one another. From its deck emerged a figure cloaked in layers of weathered fabric, face shadowed beneath a hood. Silver, the elusive merchant and informant, stepped aboard Steelbone's vessel with the cautious grace of someone who had learnt to survive through guile and instinct. Her eyes, sharp and calculating, flickered with a cunning that immediately set the crew on edge. "Captain Kael," Silver greeted, voice low and smooth, carrying the weight of countless secrets. "I hear you're chasing ghosts beyond the forbidden waters." Kael nodded, his expression guarded. "And you're the one who might hold the keys to finding them." The exchange was cautious, words measured and sharp. Silver laid out her terms with practiced precision Rio parts salvaged from the sea's depths, information about rival scavenger factions, and crucial hints about the artifact's possible location. In return, she demanded access to supplies and a share of whatever the crew might claim. Mira's tension was palpable as she bristled beside Kael, fingers twitching near the grip of her weapon. "How do we know this isn't a trap?" Silver's smile was a slow, dangerous curve. "Trust is a luxury in these waters, Scout. But even enemies sometimes need allies." The night deepened as the crew and Silver's faction negotiated under the flickering light of a single lantern. The air was thick with distrust, each word a test of wills, each silence pregnant with threat. Joran, clutching ancient schematics that Silver had procured, traced faded lines and symbols, his quiet intellect piecing together fragments of a story long buried beneath the toxic waves. "This changes everything," he murmured, eyes alight with newfound purpose. "We're closer than we thought." Yet the victory was bittersweet. The alliance with Silver brought with it shadows, whispers of betrayals, hidden agendas, and the ever-present danger of the Warden's reach extending through the murky waters. As dawn approached, the barge slipped away, leaving Steelbone's crew to grapple with the consequences of their choice. On their vessel's deck, they gathered silently, the toxic sea stretching endlessly before them, vast expanse of peril and possibility. Kael's gaze hardened with resolve. "We move forward, together, but eyes wide open." Myra nodded, her fiery spirit tempered by the night's lessons. No one gets left behind. The wind carried their words into the toxic haze, a promise forged in uncertainty and danger. Their journey was far from over, the path ahead fraught with enemies and uneasy alliances. Yet, amid the desolation, a fragile hope flickered, one born of survival, trust, and the unbreakable bonds of found family. And as Steelbone's battered vessel cut through the toxic waves once more, the crew prepared to face whatever shadows lurked beyond the horizon. The air hung thick with the metallic temps of burning circuits and scorched scrap, a grim herald of the storm to come. Kael stood at the edge of their encampment, eyes narrowed beneath furrowed brows as he scanned the horizon. There was no mistaking the sound that shattered the uneasy silence, the shrill, mechanical screech of the Warden's beasts, a sound that chilled the marrow and quickened the pulse. "They're coming," Mira said, her voice a mix of fire and steel as she tightened the straps on her gear. her vivid red hair pulled back into a fierce knot. And this time, it's worse. Kael's jaw clenched. We knew this was coming. We prepared for it, didn't we? Prepared or not, we're outnumbered, Mira replied, her green eyes flashing as she scanned the approaching shadows. The wardens brought new machines, bigger, faster, deadlier. The first wave crashed into their camp like a tidal wave of rusted steel and glowing red lenses. Mechanical beasts tore through makeshift barricades, their claws ripping through scrap and bone alike. The ground trembled beneath the assault, the toxic sea's distant roar drowned out by the cacophony of metal grinding and explosive blasts. Kael barked orders, his voice cutting through the chaos. Grav, hold the east flank. Lena, tend the wounded. Mira, with Meeb, push them back. Grav's deep growl of acknowledgement was lost in the roar, but his heavy footsteps thundered as he positioned his heavy weapons, fingers steady despite the chaos. Lena moved swiftly, her satchel of herbs and mechanical first aid supplies a lifeline amidst the carnage. Her gentle hands worked miracles on shattered limbs and scorched flesh, her soothing words a balm against the rising tide of panic. Myra was a whirlwind of motion, her combat skills honed to lethal precision as she darted between enemies, disabling mechanical limbs and striking vulnerable joints. Yet even her fiery resolve wavered beneath the relentless onslaught. Amid the fray, Joran crouched beside a battered relic, his slender fingers tracing the faded lines of a glowing schematic barely visible beneath layers of corrosion. His cracked glasses reflected the flickering fires around him. Kael, he called out urgently, voice strained but steady. There's something here, something the Warden doesn't want us to find. Kael's sharp eyes met Joran's. What is it? A pattern code embedded in the artifact's design. I think it's a key, a way to control or disable the beasts, if we can decipher it in time. The words hung like a fragile hope amid the storm of destruction. The Warden emerged from the shadows, a towering figure clad in patchwork armor of metal plates, his glowing red lenses piercing the gloom like malevolent stars. His voice was a low, grinding growl carried through static and mechanical distortion. You will not take what is mine, he declared, his presence casting a shadow over the battlefield. This sea, these beasts, they belong to me. Kael met his gaze without flinching. Steelbone will survive. You won't stop us. The Warden snarled, unleashing a fresh wave of mechanical enforcers that surged forward with deadly precision. The crew fought back with every ounce of strength and cunning, their unity forged in the fires of hardship now tested to its limits. Amid the chaos, Lena knelt beside a wounded crew member, her hands steady despite the tremors of fear. Hold on, she whispered, her voice a beacon of warmth. We're not leaving anyone behind. Mira returned from a skirmish, breath ragged but eyes blazing. We can't keep this up much longer. We need a plan, Kael. Kael's mind raced, torn between the immediate battle and the cryptic clues Joran had uncovered. Joran, what do you need to unlock that code? Time and quiet, Joran replied, his voice barely audible over the din. Then we give you that time, Kael said, determination hardening his features. Everyone else, hold the line. We fight not just for Steelbone, but for each other. The battle raged on, a brutal symphony of metal and fire, trust and sacrifice. As the Warden's wrath bore down, the crew's resolve burned brighter, a fierce light against the encroaching darkness. In the heart of the storm, Kael understood that survival was no longer just about endurance. It was about unity, hope, and the unyielding will to face whatever fury the sea and its tyrant could unleash. And as the first flickers of dawn threatened the toxic horizon, The question remained: would their strength be enough to withstand the Warden's fury, or would Steelbone's legacy be lost beneath the endless scrap and poison sea? The answer lay just beyond the battle, waiting to be claimed. Mechanical beasts, their joints creaking and claws scraping against the corroded hull, emerged from the depths like specters of destruction. Their glowing red eyes cutting through the murk. Kael's breath came steady through his regulator, his gaze sharp behind the fogged visor of his reinforced diving suit. He signaled silently to his crew, a series of precise hand gestures that carried their weight in urgent meaning. Mira was first to move, her lithe form weaving through the narrow gaps between decayed beams and shattered panels. Her fiery hair, muted beneath the water, still seemed to burn with the same fierce spirit that had propelled her from Steelbone's docks to this desperate battlefield. She struck with practiced precision, disabling a mechanical beast's limb with a swift, calculated strike that sent sparks scattering through the water like fleeting stars. Behind her, Joran's fingers danced over a portable hacking device, coaxing long dormant ancient machinery to life. His cracked glasses caught the faint light as he activated a trap, a net of electrified cables that ensnared another beast, rendering it motionless. The wreck groaned under the strain of battle, metal plates buckling and twisted beams shifting with ominous creaks. Grav's broad shoulders and steady hands wielded heavy weapons with brutal efficiency, blasting apart the monstrosities that threatened to overwhelm them. Lena moved calmly among the chaos, her satchel of herbs and first aid supplies a lifeline to those wounded in the relentless fight. Her warm presence, even under the crushing pressure of the abyss, offered a fragile sense of hope and humanity. Kael's mind raced, calculating every move, every risk. The warden's shadow loomed closer, a towering figure clad in patchwork armor, crimson lenses gleaming like malevolent eyes. Their duel was a clash of wills as much as weapons. Each strike Kael parried was a test of endurance and resolve. The wreck around them trembled, the sea's pressure pressing from all sides, as if the ocean itself sought to crush their defiance. In a moment of harrowing clarity, Kael made a choice that would etch itself into the hearts of his crew. With a fierce cry muffled by the water, he sacrificed his own safety to shield Mira and Joran from a devastating blast. The impact sent a shockwave rippling through the wreck, metal screeching and cracking as the structure began to collapse. The crew rallied, inspired by Kael's courage, pushing forward with renewed vigor. The warden faltered, his mechanical beasts falling one by one as the artifact, glowing faintly with an otherworldly light, was finally claimed. The aftermath was heavy with loss. Survivors clung to one another in the dim light beneath the sea, their breaths ragged but hearts steeled by the shared ordeal. The artifact's power pulsed like a heartbeat, a promise of salvation for Steelbone, yet tempered by the scars carved into their souls. As they ascended from the depths, the weight of sacrifice settled over them like a shroud, but so too did a fierce, bittersweet determination to endure. Above, the toxic sea stretched endlessly, its harsh winds whispering of trials yet to come. But beneath the waves, in the shattered wreck, a new chapter had begun, one forged in courage, camaraderie, and the unyielding will to survive. "We carry more than just this artifact," Kael whispered to Myra as they broke the surface. "We carry each other. That is our true salvation." And with that, the crew set their course back to Steelbone, their found family bound tighter than ever, ready to face the uncertain dawn. Kael sat perched on a rusted beam jutting from the shattered remains of the underwater wreck, his gaze lost among the twisted metal and murky depths. The eerie quiet was a stark contrast to the chaos of battle that had so recently engulfed them. Around him, the toxic sea shimmered faintly, a poisonous halo casting an otherworldly glow that seemed to mock the fragility of their victory. His hands trembled slightly as he clenched them together, knuckles white against the chill that seemed to seep not just from the sea, but from within. The weight of command pressed heavily on his shoulders, heavier than any mechanical beast they had faced. The faces of those who would not return haunted him, comrades fallen to the Warden's relentless assault, sacrifices made to claim the artifact that now rested secured within their vessel. Kael, a soft voice called, pulling him from the depths of his thoughts. Lena approached quietly, her satchel of herbs swinging gently at her side. Her sun-kissed skin glowed faintly in the dim light, and her warm eyes held a gentle insistence that he rise from his solitude. He nodded slowly, rising with a weary sigh. The two made their way back to the ship, where Myra was already tending to the wounded. The cramped space smelled of antiseptics and burnt oil, a harsh reminder of the battle's ferocity. Mira's fiery hair was damp with sweat, strands sticking to her face as she worked with practiced efficiency. Her green eyes, sharp but softer now in the presence of vulnerability. "Any new injuries?" Kael asked quietly, his voice rough. Lena shook her head. "No new wounds, but the old ones still need care. And the losses, we have to find a way to carry them with us without breaking." Mira glanced up, her usual defiance softened by fatigue. "They fought for us, for Steelbone. We owe them that much." Joran sat nearby, his slender fingers trembling as he handled salvaged data modules recovered from the wreck. His cracked glasses reflected the flickering light of the ship's console, shadows dancing across his pale face. Each piece of information he uncovered deepened his understanding of the artifacts, power, and the Warden's tragic past. A once protector, now consumed by fear and obsession. "Every discovery feels like a weight added to my chest," Joran admitted, voice barely above a whisper. "But it's also a beacon, a reason to keep going." Grav stood silently on deck, his broad shoulders hunched against the cold night air. His scarred face was etched with lines of fatigue and resolve. The glowing toxic sea spread out before him, endless and unforgiving. Yet, despite the exhaustion, his loyalty burned steady, a pillar for the crew to lean on. "We survived," Grav said simply, his voice gravelly but firm. "And that means we still have work to do." The crew gathered, the space between them filled with unspoken grief and the fragile threads of hope. Kael looked around at the faces, battered, weary, but unbroken. The cost had been high, but the victory had secured the artifact they needed to save Steelbone. Their found family, forged in fire and loss, had endured the worst and emerged stronger. Yet, as the toxic sea whispered its endless song beneath the stars, Kael knew their journey was far from over. The scars they bore were not just physical, but etched deep into their souls. Healing would be neither quick nor easy, but together they would face whatever came next, bound by survival, by trust, and the fierce determination that had carried them through the darkest depths. "Rest for now," Kael finally said, voice steady but soft. "Tomorrow, we begin the real work." And beneath the endless sky, the city of Steelbone awaited their return, fragile, adrift, but alive. The legacy of their sacrifice and courage would be written in the tides yet to come. The night closed in around them, a shroud of uncertainty and hope intertwined. The voyage had taken its toll, but it had also forged something unbreakable. As the crew settled into uneasy rest, the sea's whisper promised that the story was far from finished. Their greatest trials and their greatest triumphs still lay ahead. A faint glimmer of dawn teased the horizon, heralding a new day on the scrap sea. The cost of victory was etched in every weary breath, but so too was the promise of survival, resilience, and the unyielding spirit of Steelbone's found family. The air was thick with the acrid stench of chemical decay, but tonight, beneath a pallid, cloud-choked sky, there was an unusual stillness. Kael stood at the helm, the artifact cradled carefully in his hands, its faint luminescence casting flickering shadows over his weathered face. Around him, the crew gathered quietly, their eyes reflecting the pale glow, a beacon against the pervasive gloom. Myra shifted her weight at the prow, the sharp edges of her silhouette outlined by the errant flickers of greenish light that danced atop the toxic waves. Her fiery hair whipped about her face in the acrid wind, but her gaze remained fixed and unyielding, scanning the murky expanse for any sign of danger. Though the battle had left scars, both visible and unseen, her stance was resolute. She trusted Kael, even if he wrestled with his burdens silently. She trusted their bond forged in the furnace of adversity. Below deck, Jorin hunched over a battered workbench. The artifact's ancient mechanisms spread before him like a puzzle begging to be solved. His pale fingers brushed lightly over the intricate symbols etched into its surface, eyes sharp behind cracked lenses. The ambient hum of the ship's failing engines mingled with the faint, almost imperceptible pulse emanating from the artifact itself. As the minutes passed, the air seemed to shift, currents of the toxic sea outside growing less hostile, the acrid fog thinning imperceptibly. Jorin's breath hitched as the realization dawned. The artifact was not merely a relic. It was a key, a source of latent power that might yet tip the balance in their favor. Lena moved quietly through the cramped quarters, her hands steady as she tended to Tess's scraped arm. The young scout winced but smiled faintly under Lena's gentle ministrations. "You'll be ready for the next storm," Lena whispered, her voice a balm amid the harshness of their world. Nearby, Grav hammered steadily at a corroded hull plate, each clang a testament to his unyielding strength and dedication. The rhythmic echo was a heartbeat of resilience, a declaration that they would endure. Kael's thoughts drifted as he looked out over his crew, each member a vital thread in the fragile tapestry of their survival. The artifact's glow pulsed softly in his palm, a reminder of the immense stakes at hand. "This is only the beginning," he murmured to himself, voice low but resolute. They had secured a chance, however tenuous, to breathe new life into Steelbone. But the sea was vast and unforgiving, and the warden's shadow still loomed large. As the ship pressed onward through the shifting mists, the crew shared quiet conversations, voices hushed yet hopeful, stories of loss intertwined with aspirations for renewal. Myra challenged Kael, gently on course decisions, their banter light but edged with mutual respect. Jorin's discoveries sparked new questions, fueling debates on the artifact's origins and potential. Lena's quiet optimism wove through their exchanges, a steady flame against the encroaching darkness. Night deepened, and the toxic sea's surface shimmered faintly beneath the artifact's glow. The oppressive weight of despair that had long hung over Steelbone seemed to lift, if only slightly. Somewhere in the distance, the faint roar of mechanical beasts echoed, a reminder of the dangers still to come, yet united by their shared purpose and the fragile promise in their hands. The crew faced the unknown with fierce, bittersweet determination. Kael tightened his grip on the artifact, his eyes scanning the horizon where faint, ghostly lights flickered signs of other survivors, perhaps, or new threats lurking in the toxic depths. "Whatever comes next," he said quietly, "we face it together." The words were a vow, a declaration of trust that he had only recently learned to voice aloud. Below deck, the artifact's pulse quickened, its light brightening as if responding to their resolve. The ship surged forward, cutting a path through the poisoned waters toward the distant promise of home. In that moment, amidst the creaking metal and whispered hopes, Steelbone's fate began to shift, fragile, uncertain, but undeniably alive. And as dawn threatened the horizon, the crew knew that their return voyage was not merely a journey home, but the first step toward a new beginning. The artifact, now embedded at the city's core, hummed with an energy that coursed through rusted pipes and worn gears, infusing life into the once dying engines. Sparks of blue and green light flickered across the control panels, illuminating the sweat and grime on Kael's face as he stood in the engine room. Around him, the crew moved with renewed purpose, their hands steady as they adjusted valves and aligned ancient cogs, coaxing the city back from the brink. Outside, the sprawling patchwork of steel and scrap that made up Steelbone seemed to breathe anew. The air, tinged with the sharp scent of oil and scorched metal, carried a promise of revival despite the ever-present haze from the toxic sea. Kael climbed a rickety scaffold overlooking the cityscape, the salty breeze tugging at his dark hair streaked with grey. Beside him stood Myra, her fiery red hair catching the faint glow, and Jorin, glasses perched askew as he scanned a worn schematic. "The engines are holding steady," Jorin reported, his voice tinged with cautious excitement. "If we keep this rhythm, we can start reinforcing the hull and expanding the energy conduits." Myra nodded, her piercing green eyes scanning the horizon beyond the city's limits. "We'll need to secure the scrap fields too. The Warden's forces won't just let us rebuild without a fight." Kael's gaze hardened, the weight of command settling once more on his shoulders. "Then we prepare. But first, we heal." The crew dispersed, each member taking on tasks vital to Steelbone's rebirth. In the communal gardens, a rare patch of green amidst the rust, Lena moved gracefully, her presence a balm to the weary hearts around her. Her satchel of herbs and salves was never far, and her gentle hands soothed both physical wounds and unseen scars. A soft murmur of gratitude followed her through the crowded workshops where plans were drawn and metal was reshaped. Grav's booming laughter echoed from the hull repair stations as he rallied the engineers. Sparks flew like fireflies in the dim light, welding seams and reinforcing weak points. His broad shoulders bore the scars of countless battles, but his spirit was indomitable. "We're not just fixing metal," he declared, "we're forging a future." As days turned to weeks, Steelbone transformed. The engine's steady pulse powered water recyclers and air purifiers, easing the harshness of the toxic atmosphere. Children played amid the scrap towers, their laughter a rare melody against the clatter of construction. The crew's found family, once fractured by fear and loss, grew stronger, bound by shared hardship and the fragile hope of survival. Yet beneath the surface, the sea's endless expanse whispered of dangers yet to come. The Warden's shadow loomed, reminders that Steelbone's revival was but a chapter in a longer struggle. Kael stood watch on the city's highest lookout, eyes scanning the horizon where sky met toxic waves. The artifact's power was a beacon, but also a target. Turning to Myra, he spoke quietly. "We've bought time, but the sea doesn't forgive weakness. We have to be ready." She met his gaze, a fierce determination flickering in her eyes. "Together, we rebuilt from scraps once. Well, do it again." Below, the city pulsed with life, a testament to resilience amid desolation. Steelbone was adrift, but unbroken, a beacon of hope on an endless, toxic sea. The journey was far from over, but for now, the city breathed, and with it, the unyielding spirit of those who called it home. From the vantage point of the old lookout platform, a patchwork of welded plates and weathered beams, Kael sat, his lean frame hunched against the chill creeping in with the evening. The toxic sea stretched endlessly beyond, its surface a restless mirror of orange and ash, disturbed only by the distant hum of the city's sputtering engines. Memories drifted through Kael's mind like ghost ships on the horizon. The faces of those lost, the clang of battles with mechanical beasts, the bitter sting of betrayal. He had carried these burdens alone for too long, shouldering the weight of leadership and guilt in silence. But tonight, beneath the fading light, the walls he so carefully built around himself began to crumble. Below, the city buzzed, softly, voices mingling, laughter sparking amidst the weary. The crew was scattered in pockets of respite, each wrestling with their own ghosts and hopes. Myra was in the workshop, the scent of oil and metal thick in the air, her fiery hair pulled back as she methodically sharpened her blades. Her green eyes, fierce yet thoughtful, lingered over a worn photograph of her mentora, reminder of the losses that had shaped her relentless spirit. She no longer challenged Kael's decisions with blind fire, but with tempered resolve, a balance born of hard lessons. Joran, the quiet scholar among them, sat cross-legged on the floor of their cramped common room. Schematics and ancient tech artifacts surrounded him, illuminated by the soft glow of a salvaged lantern. His cracked glasses caught the light as he traced the intricate lines of the artifact's designs, his voice breaking the silence with newfound confidence as he shared revelations with Lena. She listened intently, her sun-kissed face radiating warmth and hope, the satchel of herbs at her side a symbol of healing, not just of wounds, but of fractured souls. Grav was out in the communal garden patch, his broad shoulders bent over a stubborn engine part. The metallic clang of his tools rang out, mingling with Lena's gentle tending of the herbeds nearby. Their conversation drifted from mechanical fixes to dreams for Steelbone's future, voices low and steady amidst the salty air and earthy scents. It was a rare moment of peace, a fragile thread of comfort woven through the scars of their journey. Kael finally rose from the lookout, the weight of silence broken by his steady footsteps. Gathering the crew, he spoke not with the iron will of command, but with the raw honesty of someone who had learned the cost of carrying burdens alone. He admitted his fears, his mistakes, the nights haunted by the faces of those he couldn't save. This vulnerability was unfamiliar, yet it was met not with judgment, but with understanding. The crew listened, the tension that had simmered beneath their unity dissolving like mist in the morning sun. Myra's usual fire softened. Joran's quiet confidence solidified. Lena's nurturing presence seemed to envelop them all, and Grav's pragmatic loyalty shone brighter. In that moment, Steelbone was more than a city adrift on a toxic sit, was a family forged through fire and loss, bound by trust and shared purpose. As night deepened, they sat together beneath the fractured sky, voices weaving stories of survival and hope. The lessons of their journey were clear. Leadership was not a solitary burden, but a shared strength. Trust was a fragile bloom that must be tended, and family could be found not just in blood, but in those who faced the storm by your side. Beyond the city's flickering lights, the toxic sea whispered its endless song, a reminder of the dangers still lurking and the uncertain future ahead. But within Steelbone's patchwork walls, a fierce, bittersweet determination burned brighter than ever. The crew had learned their lessons well, and though scars remained, they were ready to face whatever the endless sea might bring. As dawn approached, casting a pale light over the scrap city, Kael looked out once more over the horizon. The journey was far from over, but for the first time in a long while, hope felt tangibly steady flame against the dark. And with his crew beside him, he knew they would endure. The silence of the toxic sea was broken by a distant, faint, mechanical whir. Somewhere beyond the horizon, new challenges awaited. Yet Steelbone stood unbroken, its legacy carried forward by those who had learned to survive, not just by strength, but by heart. And so, beneath the trembling sky, The lessons learned whispered a promise of resilience, of unity, and of a future forged from the ashes of the past. The voyage continued, and with it, the story of Steelbone and its found family. The horizon held its secrets, but the crew's resolve shone clear. No matter the storms to come, they would face them together. The chapter closed on a lingering question, a quiet challenge to the soul. How would they carry these lessons forward? How would they protect the fragile hope that now pulsed through their veins? The answer lay just beyond the next tide, in the uncharted waters of their shared destiny. Every scrap of metal, every twisted girder, every battered plank seemed to hum with a quiet anticipation. For the first time in many cycles, the city's engines roared back to life, shaking the foundations of the floating scrap haven with a deep, resonant pulse. Kael stood at the heart of this rebirth, his lean frame silhouetted against the glowing machinery. His dark hair, streaked with early grey, caught the flickering light as he wiped grime from his hands, eyes sharp and alert despite the exhaustion etched into his weathered face. Around him, the city stirred roofs creaked, gears clanked, and the toxic sea's murky waves lapped at the hulls with a renewed rhythm. The engine's revival was more than mechanical restoration. It was a beacon of hope. The hum traveled like a pulse through Steelbone's veins, reaching every corner where weary inhabitants toiled and dreamed. Faces once drawn tight with fatigue softened, and hesitant smiles flickered like fragile flames in the encroaching dusk. Lena moved through the crowd, her soft features radiant under the dimming sky. The satchel of herbs at her side seemed almost sacred, a symbol of healing both physical and emotional. She paused near Kael, who turned to meet her gaze with a tired but genuine smile. Without words, their shared history spoke volumes, the losses they carried, the promise they made to protect this fragile sanctuary. Together, they found a weathered bench overlooking the endless toxic sea, its surface reflecting the dying light in sickly shades of green and amber. The air was thick with the scent of rust and salt, a constant reminder of the world beyond their fragile walls. "We've come far," Lena said quietly, her voice steady despite the tremor beneath it, not just in fixing the engines, but in holding on to each other. Kael nodded, his gaze fixed on the horizon where dark clouds churned ominously. "We have too, for Steelbone, for everyone who believes in this place." Their hands brushed briefly, a small comfort amid the scars that remained. It was a moment of tenderness, fragile yet fierce, a quiet promise forged in shared pain. Elsewhere, Myra paced beneath flickering lamplight, her fiery hair a wild flame against the recovering cityscape. Muscles taut, eyes blazing with determination, she practiced her combat forms with relentless focus. Each movement was a testament to resilience, a refusal to be broken by past wounds or uncertain futures. "You're pushing too hard." Joran's gentle voice interrupted her. The slender, pale tech specialist approached. Glasses cracked from past accidents catching the light as he offered a small smile. Mira paused, breathing heavily. "I have to be ready, for whatever comes next." Joran nodded, understanding the fire that drove her. "We all do, but strength comes from balance, too." Nearby, Grav adjusted his heavy weapons with pragmatic efficiency, his broad shoulders and scarred face a constant presence of protection. The crew gathered around, their conversations weaving through memories of loss and glimmers of hope, strengthening the bonds that had carried them through the darkest days. Yet, even amid this fragile revival, the sea whispered warnings. From the far reaches, a sudden mechanical screech shattered the evening harsh, grating sound that sent a ripple of unease through the assembled crew. Heads turned, eyes narrowing toward the shadowed horizon. Kael's jaw tightened. The warden's reach hasn't ended. Lena's hand found his arm, steadying. "Then we keep watch." Together, as the engines thrummed steadily beneath their feet, powering the city's slow renewal, the crew understood that their fight was far from over. But for now, in this moment of shared strength and hope amid desolation, they stood unbroken, ready to face whatever tides the toxic sea would bring. Nights settled over Steelbone, stars obscured by a haze of pollution and storms. The city breathed anew, its lights flickering like distant beacons in the endless dark. And somewhere beyond the horizon, the sea's whisper promised more trials yet to come. Kael looked out once more, determination burning in his sharp eyes. This is our home. We survive. We endure. And with that, Steelbone's legacy surged forward, fierce, bittersweet, and unyielding. The engine's roar was a symphony of survival, a promise that even in the face of relentless decay and threat, life could forge a path forward. The bonds forged on this battered city were not just of necessity, but of choice, a found family standing firm against the endless toxic tide. Yet the distant screech echoed ominously, a reminder etched into the heart of every soul aboard Steelbone. The sea was never truly at rest, and neither, they knew, could they be. Amidst this mechanical symphony, Captain Kael stood before his crew, the weight of his gaze sweeping over familiar faces. His dark hair, streaked with early grays, caught the flickering light of overhead bulbs, revealing the lines etched by countless sleepless nights and battles fought not just against the toxic sea, but against the doubts that had long shadowed his leadership. "We've come far," Kael began, voice steady but carrying the gravity of his intent. "But the days ahead demand more than one voice at the helm. Our strength lies not in a single captain, but in all of us, united." Murmurs rippled through the gathered crew, a mix of anticipation and uncertainty. Kael's eyes settled on Myra, her fiery red hair pulled back tightly, her green eyes sharp and unwavering despite the tension. Beside her, Jorin adjusted his cracked glasses, a quiet determination shining in his pale features. "Mira," Kael continued, "you'll take up the mantle of field leadership. Your courage and tactical mind have been our shield." Mira's jaw tightened, a flicker of pride tempered by the weight of responsibility. "I won't let you down," she said, voice firm. "And Jorin," Kael said, turning to the slender scholar, "your knowledge of ancient tech and calm under pressure are vital. You'll oversee our defenses and technological advancements." Jorin nodded, a rare smile breaking through his usual reserve. "I'm ready." The shift was more than symbolic, it was a necessary evolution. For too long, Kael had borne the burdens of leadership alone, his trust issues a silent barrier between him and those he cared for most. This moment marked a departure, a new order born from hardship and hope. Outside, atop Steelbone's highest scrap platforms, Myra led a rigorous training session. The toxic sun beat down through a haze of smog, casting a harsh glow over the makeshift battleground. Scouts practiced maneuvers with a precision born of necessity, their movements sharp and deliberate. Myra's voice cut through the air, equal parts command and encouragement. "Remember, the sea watches us always. Stay sharp, trust your instincts, and watch each other's backs." Below, the endless toxic sea churned with a muted reverberation, a constant reminder of the dangers lurking beyond their fragile sanctuary. Yet here, amidst the rusted metal and ragged sails, hope flickered fiercely. Meanwhile, deep within the labyrinthine corridors of Steelbone's workshops, Jorin huddled over a cluttered workbench. Ancient schematics, yellowed and brittle, lay spread before him as he explained new defensive technologies to Grav and Tess. His voice, once hesitant, now carried a quiet confidence that filled the confined space with a sense of progress. These modifications could enhance our mechanical beast's agility and resilience, Jorin said, pointing to intricate diagrams. "If we retrofit our defenses, we might finally tip the scales in our favor." Grav grunted approval, his broad shoulders tense with anticipation. Tess, young and nimble, absorbed every word, her quick eyes reflecting the flickering light of soldering irons and humming machinery. Not far from the mechanical heart of the city, Lena moved gently among the communal garden's sparse greenery. Her sun-kissed skin and soft features contrasted with the harshness of Steelbone's environment. She carefully tended herbs, her fingers deft and sure, even as she exchanged a quiet smile with Kael, who had joined her in seeking a moment's respite. "The city heals, slowly," Lena said softly, her voice a balm against the ever-present tension. "And so do we." Kael nodded, the lines of fatigue momentarily softened by the warmth in her eyes. Their shared pasts, marked by loss and survival, formed an unspoken bond, one that lent strength to their fragile hope. As night fell, the floating city settled into an uneasy calm. The engines hummed with renewed vigor, their steady pulse a lifeline against the encroaching darkness. The crew, united under a new order, prepared to face the challenges looming over Steelbone's horizon. Yet beneath the surface of this fragile unity, old doubts stirred. Could shared leadership withstand the trials to come? Would trust truly overcome the scars of the past? The answers lay ahead, drifting like the city itself, its certain but unbroken. The toxic sea whispered its eternal warning, but Steelbone's heart beat on, fierce and unyielding. Kael stood at the prow of their vessel, Steelbone's battered engines humming beneath his feet, a steady vibration that thrummed through his bones. The city they called home, a fragile giant of scrap and hope, drifted silently behind them, its patchwork metal hull catching the dying light. Around him, the sea shimmered with an unnatural glow, the toxic waters alive with faint bioluminescent pulses that seemed to breathe and pulse like a living beast. Kael's eyes narrowed against the biting wind, sharp as ever despite the streaks of grey threading through his dark hair. The voyage had been long, fraught with peril, yet the crew's spirits had not waned. But now a new unease settled over them like a gathering storm. He could feel it in the subtle shifts of the air, the way the waves whispered secrets just beyond reach. In the cramped control room, Joran hunched over the flickering panels, his slender fingers tracing the lines of data with careful precision. His cracked glasses caught the eerie green glow emitted from the console, reflecting the pulse of an unfamiliar signal that had appeared in the depths below. The artifact they had retrieved was stabilizing Steelbone, but this new mystery beckoned, a siren call from the abyss. Captain Joran's voice was low, laced with both excitement and caution. "There's something down there, something alive, or at least active. The readings don't match any known mechanical beast or scavenger vessel." Kael's jaw tightened. "Can it be trusted?" Joran shook his head. "Unknown, but it's consistent, rhythmic, almost like a beacon." Outside, Myra was sharpening her blades on the deck, the rasping sound slicing through the twilight. Her fiery red hair caught the last light, casting a fiery halo around her determined face. She glanced toward Tess, who stood nearby, muscles coiled like a panther ready to spring. Both felt the weight of the moment. The voyage had changed them, all tested their limits, and forged them into a family bound by steel and survival. Yet the sea still held secrets they had yet to unravel. "Whatever's out there," Myra said, voice low but fierce, "we face it together. No more doubts." Tess nodded, eyes sharp and alert. "We've survived worse." Down in the communal quarters, Lena moved quietly from one injured crew member to another, her touch gentle yet sure. The soft scent of herbs mingled with the metallic temps of machinery and sweat. Grav worked nearby, his broad shoulders bent over engine parts, the scarred lines on his face deepening as he tightened bolts and calibrated systems. Their whispered conversations carried a fragile hope, even as a distant mechanical screech echoed across the water, ominous reminder that danger was never far. Kael entered, his voice steady but carrying the weight of command. The signal is a new threat or an opportunity. Either way, we cannot ignore it. We will investigate at first light. Murmurs rippled through the crew. Some faces showed hope, others shadowed uncertainty. Kael met each gaze with a silent promise. No matter what lay ahead, they would face it as one. Night deepened, the sea's eerie glow casting shifting shadows that danced like ghosts around the vessel. The mechanical beasts that once haunted their nightmares seemed to retreat into the darkness, but the pulse of the signal grew stronger, insistent, like a heartbeat beneath the waves. Kael returned to the prow, eyes scanning the horizon where sky and sea blurred into a canvas of endless possibility and lurking menace. "The sea whispers," he murmured, "and we must listen." As the crew settled in for the long night, dreams mingled with whispers of the unknown. Steelbone's legacy was not just survival, it was the courage to face the mysteries that lay beyond the scrap, beyond the toxic sea, and beyond the fragile hope they clung to. And somewhere deep beneath the waves, the signal pulsed on, waiting. The dawn would bring decisions, dangers, and discoveries that none could yet foresee. But for now, the sea's whisper was a promise, a challenge to the scavengers of Steelbone to journey further into the unknown, to face what lurked in the shadows, and to carve a future from the wreckage of the past. The voyage was far from over. In fact, it was only just beginning. On the main deck, the scavenger crew gathered beneath the sprawling scrap walls of their floating city, the sun sinking low to cast a molten glow over the patchwork metropolis. The engines hummed steadily now, their steady rhythm a balm to frayed nerves and weary souls alike. Around the flickering light of salvaged lamps, laughter and murmurs of camaraderie wove through the salty breeze. Kael stood a little apart, leaning against a rusted railing, his sharp eyes tracing the familiar faces of his crew. Myra's fiery hair caught the last rays of sunlight as she animatedly recounted a narrow escape from a mechanical beast, her hands slicing through the air with passion. Beside her, Joran listened quietly, his cracked glasses reflecting the glow of the lamps, eyes alight with curiosity and growing confidence. Lena moved gracefully among them, offering a warm smile here, a steady hand there, her satchel of herbs and remedies a symbol of hope and healing. Grab's deep voice rumbled as he joined in the conversation, his broad-shouldered frame unmistakable even in the gathering twilight. Tonight was different. There was no urgent call to action, no looming threat demanding immediate response. Instead, there was space, precious and rare, to simply be, to breathe, to remember what they fought for beyond survival. Tess, the youngest and fleetest among them, darted through the crowd, her keen eyes bright with excitement as she shared her latest scouting report. Old Marek took his place near the communal fire, his weathered hands gripping the worn wood of his storytelling staff. The flickering flames cast dancing shadows across his face as he began to weave tales of the sea's ancient secrets and the lost civilizations swallowed by its toxic depths. "Listen close," Marek's voice rasped, drawing the crew into the spell of his stories. "For in the depths lie not just ruin, but lessons, warnings etched in rust and bone. Our path forward lies in remembering, in standing together against the tide." Kael's gaze met Lena's across the circle. In her eyes he saw a reflection of his own hopes and fears, the scars they bore, the burdens they carried, yet also the resilience that had brought them here, against all odds, to this moment of fragile peace. Myra, catching his eye, gave a small nod, the firelight igniting the fierce loyalty within her. "We've come too far to let it all slip away," she said quietly, voice steady despite the tempest that sometimes roared beneath her surface. "Together, we're stronger than any storm or beast." Joran stepped forward, clutching a fragment of ancient schematic he'd uncovered during their voyage. "The artifact was never just a tool," he said thoughtfully. "It's a symbol of what we can rebuild, of the balance we must strive for." Their voices mingled in a chorus of determination, each word a brick laid in the foundation of their found family. The toxic sea beyond Steelbone's walls was a constant reminder of the dangers still lurking the Warden's shadow. The relentless mechanical beasts, the unforgiving elements. But within the scrap city, beneath the patchwork roofs and welded steel, a different kind of strength flourished. Lena moved among them again, her hands gentle as she tended to a small scrape on Tess's arm, a quiet act of care that spoke volumes about the bonds between them. "Every wound healed is a promise kept," Lena murmured, eyes meeting Tess's with a warmth that melted away fear. Grav approached Kael then, his scarred face softened by a rare smile. "We've got the tools, the knowledge, and now the will," he said gruffly. "Steelbone can stand long after the sea tries to swallow it whole." The city's engines thrummed louder, a steady heartbeat beneath their feet. Above, the stars blinked into existence, distant and cold, but also eternal. Kael's thoughts turned to the journey ahead, the unknown challenges lurking beyond the horizon, the hard choices yet to be made. But tonight was theirs. "Here," Kael said, raising his voice to carry over the gathering. "We are not just survivors. We are a family, bound not by blood, but by every scar, every shared moment, every sacrifice. And as long as we stand together, Steelbone will endure." A cheer rose up, raw and hopeful, echoing across the scrap city like a beacon. The toxic sea may stretch endlessly around them, but inside, the crew's unity shone like a flame against the dark. In the face of desolation, they had found something more precious than any artifact: each other. As the night deepened, stories flowed freely, laughter mingling with quiet reflections. Old Marek's tales wove threads of past and future, while Myra's fiery spirit sparked plans for the days to come. Joran's insights promised new understanding, and Lena's healing touch soothed both body and soul. Kael lingered on the edge of the gathering, watching the faces illuminated by firelight and hope. The scars etched on their skin and hearts were testament to battles fought and losses endured. Yet in their eyes burned a fierce, bittersweet determination, a promise that no matter what storms brewed beyond, they would face them together. The found family of Steelbone stood united, a mosaic of strength forged in hardship, ready to write the next chapter of their legacy on the ever-shifting scrap sea. And as the first chill of dawn crept over the horizon, Kael felt, for the first time in a long while, that maybe, just maybe, they could truly survive. But the sea whispered still, its secrets far from fully revealed, its challenges far from over. The journey was not yet done, not by a long stretch. And that, Kael thought with a wry smile, was exactly how it should be. The endless sea, once a merciless adversary, now lay quiet, its acidic waves lapping gently against the hulls of the city's patchwork vessels. The city itself seemed to breathe again, a slow, steady pulse emanating from beneath the core where the artifact had been carefully integrated. Kael stood at the edge of the highest tower, his lean frame rigid despite the weariness etched into every line of his weathered face. The artifact's soft glow lingered in his palm, its rhythmic pulse a stark contrast to the chaotic energy of the journey that had brought them here. Around him, the crew gathered, Mira with her fiery hair catching the last light, Joran's pale frame hunched slightly, Lena's warm smile offering comfort, and Grav's broad shoulders a fortress of silent strength. "It's not just a machine," Joran whispered, eyes wide behind cracked glasses. "It's a promise." Myra's gaze flickered to Kael, a rare softness breaking through her usual fire. "A promise we fought for," she said, voice low but steady. Kael nodded, swallowing the lump in his throat. "A promise to survive, to protect what we've built." The city's engines thrummed beneath their feet, the sound a balm to the nerves frayed by months of uncertainty and loss. Steelbone was alive once more, but the scars of battle, of betrayal, sacrifice, and bitter struggle remained etched in the hearts of its people. Lena stepped closer, her satchel of herbs swinging lightly against her hip. "We've healed the city's wounds," she said softly, "but we must also heal ourselves." Grav grunted in agreement, crossing his scarred arms. "And keep an eye out. The sea doesn't forget, and neither do the beasts." His gaze swept the horizon, shadowed and endless. Kael's eyes followed the line where sea met sky, a silent challenge in the glowing red lenses of the distant warden's patrols. The tyrant's shadow still loomed, a reminder that peace was fragile and fleeting. Yet beneath the weight of that menace, a fierce determination burned in Kael's chest. "We've come through the worst," he said, voice steady despite the storm of memories swirling within. "Together, whatever comes next, we face it as one." Myra stepped beside him, her usual brashness tempered by something deeper. "No more running, no more hiding." Joran offered a tentative smile, the quiet scholar now tempered by hard-won courage. "This is our home, our future." The sun finally slipped beyond the horizon, leaving the city bathed in the cold light of stars reflected in the toxic sea. The artifact's glow pulsed softly beneath their feet, a beacon in the endless night. Kael took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the past and the pull of the future intertwine. The journey had ended, but the voyage of survival was eternal. Steelbone was adrift, but unbroken, a testament to the scars borne and the hope that still flickered fiercely amid desolation. As the first stars pierced the velvet sky, Kael's gaze hardened into resolve. The sea whispered its ancient secrets, and the city whispered back with the steady hum of renewed life. Together, they would face whatever storms lay ahead, as a family forged in fire, in loss, and in unyielding hope. And so, under the watchful eyes of mechanical beasts, now silent and tamed, the legacy of Steelbone was written not in metal alone, but in the hearts of those who dared to endure. But even as the crew celebrated their hard-won peace, a faint ripple stirred the surface of the toxic sea, a reminder that the horizon held mysteries yet to be unraveled, and challenges waiting just beyond the dawn. The voyage was far from over.